All right, we'll convene the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors meeting. This is a work session, 8:15 a.m. with Anthony Bargett, our county engineer. And today is Monday, November 9th, 2020. Meeting being conducted via Zoom and at the Dubuque County Courthouse Supervisors Chambers. So Anthony, first up on the agenda is update on John Deere Road build project with Foth Infrastructure and Environment. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So yes, I invited Aaron Moniza to be here with us today to give us an update on the John Deere Build Grants project. We had to visit with the John Deere team last week and a presentation. So I guess I'm going to turn it over to Aaron to kind of give us a presentation from here.
Hey, thanks, Anthony, and good morning, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good morning. So, if I could here, I'll share my screen here, or if someone could help me or give me the ability to share my screen. I have just a few slides. I'd like to walk through the group here this morning.
Aaron, I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
All right, excellent. Okay, so can everybody see a slide that says John Deere Road Corridor Project on it?
I cannot.
All right. Let's see here. How about now? Wait, hold on. All right, how about now?
Now we got it.
There it is.
Okay, excellent, excellent. All right, everyone. Well, again, thanks for the time this morning. As Anthony said, wanted to give this group an update on the project and some things that we've been working on, and more importantly here, kind of where we're at with the project, and kind of where some next steps and some progress updates. So really what we'd like to talk to you about this morning is the recommendation that we have put forward here on the project. Also walk through at somewhat of a high level some of the reasoning behind that recommendation, and then also an update on some progress and some next steps with the project. So I'd like to just take a couple moments here just to level set the group. Don't want to go back through the entire history of the project and what got us here to this step. But again, to start out with, just wanted to refresh the group the goals of this project and really what we are trying to accomplish out there within the corridor there in front of John Deere. And really there, as you can see here on the slide, really three primary goals. There's some challenges out there with safety. We'd like to address, just the way the traffic flows, and then also looking at really trying to set up the corridor the best way that we can for the future. So again, I don't want to go back and the purpose of this isn't necessarily to be a history lesson on the project, but again, just a quick refresh for the audience here, kind of where things started and what brought us up to this point. So kind of the first initial work on the corridor started back in 2018. Next major step was a traffic study that came out a little bit over a year ago. And where we are today is you're all well aware is, with the build grant that that the project's received. Although our team here at Foth has a pleasure working with Anthony and the county's team here in determining how we can best utilize those build grant resources and put together, the optimal project for this corridor for now and in the future. So the traffic study that was completed here back in 2019, here is what the original recommendations were from that traffic study. Essentially, we were looking at realigning West John Deere Road and the South Parking Lot Drive from John Deere into a new four-legged intersection. That intersection would be complete with capacity improvements, which means added turn lanes and a traffic signal. We were also, the recommendation also added capacity along West John Deere Road, which meant an additional southbound lane on West John Deere Road, and also intersection improvements at Peru Road, which included added turn lanes and a future traffic signal. So here is what we are recommending for the corridor. You can see that, I guess to point out kind of the obvious, from an intersection treatment perspective, we are recommending 2 single lane roundabouts in lieu of any traffic signals. And the other, I would say, major difference in our recommendation, as you can see, is we are not recommending to realign the West John Deere Road and John Deere South Parking Lot into a new four-legged intersection, but rather keep that where it is and have one of our single lane roundabouts located there. The other, and I will get into a summary of our reasoning and then come back to this, so there'll be plenty of time for questions. I just also wanted to make sure everyone's clear that we will also be including a trail along West John Deere Road that will be located on the north side of that corridor and will run all the way up to US Highway 3. So why are we recommending roundabouts? So really there's 3 primary reasons. The first is from a level of service perspective and flexibility. The second is operational and safety benefits. And the third is from a maintenance perspective. So let me start by talking about the level of service. So basically, folks, the level of service is a metric that's used for traffic. It's kind of given, it's given an A through F designation, of course, A being better than F. And essentially what that tells us is, how are intersections functioning from a traffic perspective? One of the challenges out here with this corridor is we really don't have, in terms of overall traffic, a high amount of traffic on this corridor. But what we do have is these small slivers of time during the day, which we call the peak hours, where traffic is problematic. And that is primarily driven by the shift changes at John Deere. So one of the things that we looked at quite extensively in comparing traffic signals and roundabouts is we needed to have solutions that addressed the peak hours, or when the shift changes are occurring with John Deere, but also looking at the rest of the day. So again, these shift changes at John Deere are very small slivers in each day. And so we wanted to have a solution really that looked and best balanced the traffic, for all 24 hours of the day. And so from a level of service perspective, as we're looking at our recommended concept, really the takeaway here, folks, is that the roundabouts are going to handle the traffic during these peak hours just as good, if not better, than the traffic signals. So the second area of improvement that we feel is a benefit comes on the operational and safety side of things. So let me start by talking about some of the operational benefits. So by utilizing roundabouts for our intersection treatments, one of the benefits we're going to have is having traffic free flow at all times throughout the corridor. That's certainly going to help with the overall operations of the corridor. And it's also going to help with travel time. So essentially, it's going to be faster for vehicles to move in and throughout the corridor. One of the areas you see that here is when we think of traffic during a non-peak period, let's say not during a John Deere shift change, without having signals there, we're not going to have situations where trucks particularly, or any vehicle is kind of sitting waiting at a traffic light because a single vehicle tripped a signal in the opposite direction. And so really the takeaway here is the roundabouts in the corridor are going to reduce the travel time and provide better operational performance measures for the corridor from a traffic perspective. Now let's talk a little bit about safety. So a couple areas out here that were well-documented concerns, both in our discussions with John Deere, in the traffic study that was completed, as well as our own observations, is just the overall speed of traffic in the corridor. And essentially what happens out there is when there's a shift change, people are really anxious to get home and are moving throughout the corridor at relatively high rates of speed. And so our geometry here is really gonna control those travel speeds and get those speeds down to levels that improve the safety of the corridor. The other area that will be a benefit in another problem, another challenge, I would say, that is out there is occurs in the situation here where you have a truck that is exiting John Deere's facility using Peru Road, and they turn left to head south on South John Deere Road. Now that truck is having to start from a complete stop, and then as it travels south on John Deere, it's heading up that small hill there, and it just takes a little bit of time for that truck to kind of get up to speed. And so when we have fast moving vehicles approaching that truck from behind, you've got folks kind of coming up on that truck quickly. We've had instances of people kind of using the shoulder to pass the truck, etc., which is certainly not a situation that is good for anyone out there. And so, the recommended improvements really will help address these two challenges out there on the corridor. And really that's the takeaway here, is not only will they address the existing issues with high speeds, but they'll also help with motorists trying to speed around turning vehicles and or slow moving trucks, and will provide better safety performance measures along the corridor. And then finally, the third point is from a maintenance cost perspective. So the annual signal maintenance cost of signal systems can range anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per year. Not having traffic signal systems out there in the corridor will just be something that the county does not have to maintain and allocate those resources for. So this slide, somewhat simple, I will say, but was an attempt to really kind of put down on paper just some of the different areas of concerns that we have been talking about with the county, with the city, with the project stakeholders. And you can kind of see here, and again, simple check the box type analysis, which intersection treatment we felt added the most benefit here to address these challenges. And that really kind of summarizes, when we say kind of roundabouts, these really were our three justifications from a level of service perspective, from an operational and safety benefits, and from a maintenance perspective. So a couple updates on things that have recently occurred and some next steps is last week we presented this concept to John Deere. I believe board member Ann was on that call. We felt we had a really, really positive meeting and discussion with John Deere, and we walked out of that with concurrence from all parties that this is the preferred recommendation to move forward with, which was a key milestone for the project. The environmental concurrence process continues. It is in process and on schedule. So that is also an important step here in the overall project development process. And as far as some upcoming next steps, is Anthony and I will be meeting with DuTrack next week to go through this project with them and answer any questions they may have. And we will kind of ramp up our preliminary design efforts so that we can get our preliminary plan package submitted here to the Iowa DOT in early January. So with that, I know I went through information somewhat high level and quickly. So at this point, I would certainly like to address any questions or open it up to any discussion that the group may have.
Okay, do we have any questions for Aaron or Anthony?
I do whenever we're ready.
Go ahead, Supervisor Wickham.
Okay, Aaron, thank you for that presentation. We got a little bit of insight into that, I think, in previous meetings related to the roundabout. So I really have maybe 3 or 4 questions that you and Anthony can jump in on. Maybe the first one is speed. So you talked about speed of the roadway. On these roadways, both John Deere West and John Deere South, Prue Road, and is there any proposal to change the speed limit on those roads with the new design considerations?
Anthony, you want me to jump in on this one?
Yeah, maybe you could talk about, sort of the design speed that's taken into consideration on.
Sure. Yeah, so to answer that question, so particularly on South John Deere Road, now whether, I will have to confirm with Anthony whether there's an official design speed change along certain aspects of the corridor, but I will tell you that for South John Deere Road, what's going to happen is really the speed of traffic through that through the improvement area is certainly going to be reduced somewhere in that probably 20 to 25 mile an hour range. And that's just because—
Well, maybe if I can clarify just for timing, because I know we're going to go over a lot of it. The posted, sure. Just posted, not practical, posted. What's posted now? What's the proposed posted in this design? Should be pretty straightforward.
Sure. So my understanding is we won't change the posted speed through the project. You will have advisory speed limit signage for roundabouts.
So what's the number, Anthony? What's the number? I'm looking for a number. Thank you. What's the proposed? What's the posted then?
Well, so the posted speed would stay the same out there as it is now, but as Aaron said, we would have—
Which is what? Do we know the number?
I think on South John Deere Road, I believe it's 45 or 50. I have to go look at that again. And then we would have the advisory signs of probably 25 or 20 going through the roundabouts. And then I believe Prue Road is, I want to say 35 miles per hour.
Okay. So you just keep an eye on that. I think, we talk about safety and, but, we're spending millions and we're not changing any of the, speed limit components of it. So that would just be a comment to look at that. And, that's it comes with enforcement, but it's a more practical way if you're really trying to achieve safety versus traffic patterns and flows. So appreciate that one. The second one is, this project has changed from kind of original ideas. So original conceptions, we had ideas at John Deere West and or either / Herber Road, John Deere South, changing that T intersection and changing the Highway 52 intersection. So I want to hit on those just a little bit. So it's more of what you're not showing us versus what we originally thought we were going to be designing with this project. And so my question would be, at the T intersection and that slight curve on John Deere West and John Deere South going into Herber Road, is that a conforming T intersection, and is that a conforming curve, or is it not engineered the best?
So let
Or
me
built
jump
the
in.
best? Sorry, not to pick on you guys.
No, and actually, that's a really great question, and I probably should have pointed that out earlier in the presentation. But to answer you, I think to answer the question is, as part of our project, we are going to be doing some improvements at that T intersection and improving the geometry there to kind of get that to conform to current design standards. So I think maybe where that question is coming from, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that there is kind of an interesting kink in the alignment there, and we've had some, there have been some questions on how that operates, and so our project would plan to address that.
Okay, very good, because the traffic patterns coming off of Herber Road down that hill are pretty quick, and then you've got people pulling out of the plant, and then the curve and the T intersection aren't, in my opinion, very well designed or built. And then my last question would be, if we have any, if you could either for future meetings, is at the John Deere West and Highway 52. And so, originally we thought truck traffic was going to go through there and be routed to 52. We do it in a signal intersection at the 52 and John Deere West. That since has been backed off. I understand why, related to maybe flooding and over the road. But my question would be is, what do we have any data on John Deere West and or 52 related to accidents and or crashes that would, make us relook at that? Because that's the highest speed, and you're crossing, there's 4 lanes there and goes from 4 to 3, and it's a transition. And so just comments on why that may be ignored in this project right now, and what you know about crash data and or that intersection.
Sure, Anthony, if it's all right, I can jump in on this one as well. So actually, we did look at that intersection as part of the analysis. And really the reason that you don't see any improvements there is our recommendation to Anthony was that there was nothing we felt we would recommend to do at that intersection at that time. So we looked at the existing traffic there. We've looked at the future traffic based on the traffic growth projections, the same traffic assumptions and projections we've used for the rest of the project. There really is no documented safety issues at that intersection, and a traffic signal is not warranted there either. And so our recommendation to Anthony was to really we wouldn't recommend any improvements at that intersection as part of this project.
Well, and to add to that, Aaron,
Okay, thank you.
You guys also analyzed that, there was one time a thought of trying to split the traffic as far as truck traffic going down West John Deere Road and employee traffic going down South John Deere Road. And in your analysis, you've been able to ascertain that all of that traffic is able to you can maintain it all through the roundabouts, heading down South John Deere Road, and not having to split up this traffic. And, so you want to kind of go into that analysis a little bit?
Yeah, Anthony, that's a great point. And the short answer to that is yes. So one of the things that, I guess in our more recent discussions with John Deere, and I know that you mentioned already, is there was some talk about trying to split the traffic. The flooding out there on US Highway 3 makes that somewhat problematic. And so, yes, we've kind of looked at it from a traffic perspective that if all of the traffic continues in its current pattern, we can, our geometric improvements can kind of handle that. Now, we've even looked at how some of the traffic if some of the traffic diverted itself and went to West John Deere Road, again, even with those projections, there just isn't anything that we found that would trigger kind of recommending any improvements there at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had for right now. Appreciate it.
Aaron, this is Supervisor McDonough. Thank you for being with us today. I thought it might be helpful to just quickly address with my peers from my meeting, just being on the phone listening at John Deere, that there was extensive discussion about whether or not the trucks could make these roundabouts. And you explained in detail the design concepts, taking that into account. And I felt that they had all their questions answered and they concurred with the data. They kind of gave some of their own about roundabouts information that they've done some complementary research. So if you could address that. And then also I wanted to just draw our eye to the trail, because I wrote down a note just saying that employees would prefer that bike trail be paved, and that trail would somehow eventually connect to Heritage Trail. So I didn't want my colleagues to not have benefit of that, which was more of a comment, but management kind of chuckled at that there's really that strong interest in being able to bike to work. So any comment you make or further information for my colleagues.
Oh, certainly. I guess I'll touch on the first point. Yes, again, yes. Thank you for bringing that up. Supervisor McDonough, yes, we did have, just for the benefit of the group, we anticipated in our meeting with John Deere that they would have some questions with the roundabouts and how trucks move throughout them. I guess to summarize is, the geometry is set up to accommodate all the different types of trucks that John Deere has coming in and out of this area. So we've worked with John Deere. We've confirmed, the amount of trucks, the truck sizes, and we had some visualizations that showed how these trucks would maneuver the intersections. So, as was stated, I think we all felt, both John Deere and the design team, I think we all felt good and walked out of that meeting, I think, with a comfort on how the intersections will handle the trucks. And I guess to the second point, yes, my understanding, and I think we can kind of get in this details. I know we were, again, the trail is part of the project. My understanding is it is going to be paved. And yes, I know that there was the comment brought up about the connection to Heritage Trail System. And I guess from my perspective, I know right now what you see is the plan is to just bring the trail up to US Highway 3 there. And it sounded like there was maybe some additional discussions that needed to happen on how that actual connection would get made, which is my understanding is kind of on the other side of US Highway 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments from Supervisors McDonough or Wickham? Okay.
None for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Good presentation, and looking forward to this project improving the traffic flow around John Deere and the trail system as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you, folks. I appreciate the time, and I'm sure any other questions you have, you can bring up to Anthony, and I'll be happy to get you any information you need.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
You bet.
Okay, Anthony, we'll go right into your engineer's report, general road department discussion. We have about 13 minutes.
Okay, well, I don't think I need 13 minutes to discuss the report. It's about 3 lines long, but it's kind of winding down for the year. We have the Holy Family Lane Bridge that we are now complete. That project is complete, and then road is back open. there we go. The Hush Road Bridge, Taylor Construction is finishing up on the dirt grading, and that project is almost complete. I would expect that to be wrapped up here in the next week or so. And then just some general information for maintenance. Our crews are working on miscellaneous ditch cleaning and road patching jobs. We're also starting to switch over our trucks for the snow removal process or operations. And as we head into early winter, we will also be focusing on brush cutting throughout the county. Other than that, we're kind of winding down the year and getting ready for winter operations.
Okay,
I have a
any
question.
questions for Anthony?
I do. Just generally in brush cutting last year, we were late to it with various things. And we had a citizen down toward Bellevue who had some issues and with brush cutting and piles being left. I don't recall, at hand all the specifics, but, we're going to try to clean up the brush that we cut as well, kind of what is the plan, I guess, just to come circle on that.
Yeah, it's when brush cutting, it can be kind of a tricky process. If we can get a snow on the ground, that's when we try to do a lot of brush cutting. And the best situation is to really try to burn it. But we don't want to do any burning unless there is snow on the ground. So sometimes we try to anticipate going out and doing some brush cutting in a particular area. And as long as we're a fair distance away from any residences, we try to leave that pile and then get it burned as soon as we can. We do have a chipper, so we do some chipping as well, but that is a fairly dangerous operation. So we try to stay away from that a fair amount. So that's, sometimes we get stuck with a pile that's left there, and we get busy on snow removal operations. And so, but yeah, I don't like to see those piles necessarily sitting around for the duration of the winter. I'd like to get to those as quick as we can.
Right. And I have not heard back from Mr. Carroll. In my outreach to him has been not returned. So I don't know that you have any new issue there. I just am thinking of the brush cutting and cleaning along as best we can. So I appreciate your explanation and just bring that back to top of mind, I guess. There are other issues there which we don't need to discuss, but
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when we're not pushing snow, usually we're trying to find things for the guys to do, and brush cutting is one of those primary operations. So, when we have a fairly easy winter, we are doing a lot more brush cutting. And when we have a heavy winter, we're doing less brush cutting. So they kind of work opposite of each other.
We don't know what we have right now.
I'm glad it's not snowing. I'm okay with that.
Okay, other questions for Anthony? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to recess till 9 o'clock.
So moved.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to recess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We're in recess. Thank you. Okay. Better hustle.
I have no audio.
I can hear you, Jay, but I can't hear Dave.
I can't hear Dave either. Yeah, so I think it's a supervisor boardroom.
Oh, I'm working on that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, and I wasn't teeing myself up. That was a timeout. Okay. All right. We'll start over. Call to order the meeting of the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors, Monday, November 9th, 2020, 9 a.m. Meeting being conducted via Zoom and from the Dubuque County Courthouse Supervisors Chambers on 4th floor. So I would ask at this time everyone to join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I think the flag will be behind me here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Okay. At this time, we have public comments. Anyone may address the board. You still okay? Audio-wise? Okay. I heard somebody talking. So, all right. At this time, anyone may address the board on matters which are on the agenda. Please either raise your hand on Zoom or send a message on chat if you would like to speak in public comments for things that are not on the agenda. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Dawn Sherman can give me the high sign.
I'm not as well. There's no public nobody wanting public.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll start out. We do have a proclamation. If somebody can put that up on the screen, that would be wonderful. Okay. So we have the proclamation for National Hospice Month, November 2020. Whereas Hospice of Dubuque is your local nonprofit hospice serving the tri-state area's terminally ill and their loved ones for over 37 years. And whereas every day the hospice staff and volunteers are privileged to witness the final season of life, helping make each day the best day possible for those facing serious illness, and whereas, regardless of diagnosis, residence, or insurance, all those desiring hospice services and those who meet the admission criteria will receive the care to which they are entitled. And whereas Hospice of Dubuque is your hometown hospice since 1983 and is here for you in all seasons. Now, therefore, the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the month of November 2020 as National Hospice Month and urges all citizens to recognize Hospice of Dubuque and the exceptional services they provide to our terminally ill. And I would entertain a motion from my counterparts to approve the proclamation and see if they have any comments.
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
And I will second that motion.
Okay,
If I might.
motion made and seconded
Yes, I
to
might-
approve the, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to also just make a comment and recognize that the mayor of Centralia is a hospice nurse, Megan Schmidt. So I'm just recognizing that she carries several burdens there. And we visited yesterday and she was, I think, happy to see this proclamation on our schedule.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the proclamation signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. So is it adopted? It is adopted this day, November 9th, 2020. All right. Next up, we have the minutes, approval of minutes of the meetings of October 26th and November 2, 2020.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up, item number 3, consent items. The following items will be acted on by a single motion without separate discussion unless the supervisor requests that a specific item be considered separately. We have 3. Class WCN wine permit, Barrelhead Winery. Class LC liquor license, Harvey's Airline Inn Limited. Class LC liquor license, Sundown Mountain.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the consent items. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up, item 4, we actually, there were some things on the agenda that appeared in error, and they will appear on a future agenda, so we're going to pass over those. We're going to go to item number 4, public hearings. So we have the proof of publications for public hearing.
Make a motion to approve the proof of publications for the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the proof of publication. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, we have public hearing is the next item, FY21 budget amendment number 2. Why don't we, we'll go to Stella Rundy, our budget director, to give us the overview, and after that, we'll go into our public hearing. So Stella, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning, Stella.
Good morning. We can hear you just fine.
Good morning.
Great, thank you. This is the budget. So we're here for the public hearing on the second budget amendment of our FY21. So fiscal year 21, which began on July 1st. The current budget, so there's 3 columns on this budget form. I'll do a quick summary of what this form means. Lines 1 through 17 summarize our summarize our county revenues. And 18 through 31 summarize expenditures, and then 32 through 40 summarize the fund balances. Excuse me. The first column shows the budget as it was last approved. So our current budget shows 59.7 million in revenue, 71.6 million in expenditures. And we began FY21 with about $45 million in fund balances across all of our funds. and plan to end the fiscal year with 33 million in fund balances. The second column shows the changes that we're proposing in this budget amendment. So you can see we plan to increase our revenues by about 276,000 and increase our expenditures by about 3.3 million. Almost everything in this amendment is related to capital projects budgeted in FY20 that we weren't able to complete prior to year end and are being carried forward into our FY21 budget. There are a couple of new items that are in this budget that were not in a previous budget. There's in line 18, there's about 385,000 for funding of the jail dorm renovation. In line 21, there's 50,000 of funding for the National Mississippi River Museum. And in line 24, there's an additional 87,000 of new funding for the courthouse elevator project. The lowest bid came in higher than what we had budgeted already. Then in the third column, this shows our budget after the amendment. So we're budgeting 60 million in revenues and about 74.9 million in expenditures. We'll still have the same beginning fund balance of 45 million, but the increase brings our ending fund balance down to about 30.1 projected at the end of FY21. We should have a fund balance attachment as well in the packet. If we can pull that up, but that will show how these fund balances are made up between all of our different funds. There we go. Yep. So the first set of 3 columns is our FY20 actual ending fund balances. The second set is our current budget as it was last approved. And the third set of 3 columns is what the fund balances will be after this budget amendment. And then it also shows on the far right-hand side how those are restricted, committed, assigned, or unassigned. We talk a lot about general basic and general sup. Those are the first 2 funds that are listed on this worksheet. So with the new amendment, we're projecting to end FY21 with about 6.6 million in general basic and 4.4 in general. And of course, there's many other funds that make up the total 30 million projected ending fund balance. That's kind of the basics of the amendment. I'll open it up for any questions and then ask you to open the public hearing.
Okay, any questions for our budget director, Stella Rundy, supervisors McDonough or Wickham?
Stella, a question from me just generally. Last year,
Sure.
the state legislature changed our publishing guidelines. I understand that to be primarily for our budget before we adopt the budget on the annual basis, or do you
Correct.
have to do extra publishing for our amendments as well?
Nope, that's just for the full budget. The amendments, there was no change to the amendments, but there was an additional publication in the full budget, which extended our process by about 2 weeks.
And do you know in the time that you've been with the county, how often do we amend the budget? What's our typical number of amendments each fiscal year?
Oh, I think the first year I was here, we did 3. Last year we did 5. So I would say anywhere from 3 to 5 would be normal.
Okay, and those always go out for publication in all county newspapers.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Stella Rundy?
And none for me.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. We are in a public hearing for budget FY21 budget amendment number 2. So if anyone would like to speak, please notify us by chat or raise your hand. And we'll make sure you get the chance to speak on this budget amendment number 2 for FY21. Okay, Not seeing anything on chat. Okay. And we do have in chat from someone who would know, Denise Dolan says there usually is a minimum of 3. Our county auditor, Denise Dolan. Minimum of 3 budget amendments. So that came in under chat. Any other comments? Not,
I do
I'll
not see
entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
There was a motion and a second to close the public hearing. I thought I heard someone try to speak, so I want to find out if we missed anybody.
Supervisor Baker, this is Dawn. No, I was just indicating that there was nobody raising their hand or in chat.
Okay, thank you. All right. We do have a motion to close the public hearing was made and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, now we have the next item on the agenda is adoption of the FY21 budget amendment number 2.
So this next document in your packet looks very similar to the notice of public hearing that we just looked at, but it is in fact the one that you are executing. So this would be a motion to direct the chair to sign this and have it certified by the auditor and submitted to the state.
I will make that motion.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. And we have item number B2, resolution approving the FY21 appropriations amendment number 2.
This is the final document that we always have when we see a budget amendment. We have to appropriate by department and fund the amount of money for expenses. So we certify this as well. So before we
I'll
can,
make
oh, excuse me, go ahead. Before we can spend funds, we have to appropriate them by resolution.
Thank you, Stel. I will make a motion to
Supervisor Wickham, you cut out there, so I couldn't tell exactly what the motion was.
motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor McDonough. All right. So motion made and seconded to approve the resolution approving the FY21 appropriations amendment number 2. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried. 3-0. Item 4C under public hearings. This is a zoning case. So we'll bring Tammy Henry, our zoning administrator, in, and the case number is ZC number 10-21-20. John and Deb Hager, A1 Agricultural to A2 Agriculture Residential. Tammy, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can hear you just fine.
Okay. The applicants are requesting rezone from A1 Agricultural to A2 Agricultural Residential, 1.22 acres, to allow the daughter and son-in-law to build a new home on the farm and to continue to assist in the farming operation. This property is located adjacent to the city of New Vienna along Vasky Road and is legally described as the west half of the southeast of the northeast of Section 7, T89 North, R2W, New Wine Township, Dubuque County, Iowa. This property is owned by John Hoger. Zoning in the area includes A1 agricultural to the north, the south, the east, and the west. There are no previous rezoning cases attached to this property. There are no special use permits attached to this property. 10 rezoning notification letters were sent to the property owners, and the city of New Vienna was notified. Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 9, Agricultural and Natural Resources, page 134, Objective 3.1, and Chapter 8, Housing, page 122, Objective 12.7 may apply to this case. So this is just a case where the children are working their way into buying into the farm little by little. And they're out there assisting in the farming operation. They just want to be closer. There is a family farm right across the road. The family home is right across the road from this location. And my understanding is someday when John would pass away and that eventually that home will probably go away. And so the new home will be the home that's left on the farm. And I believe that Mr. Schneider's on if you have any questions for him.
Okay. David, any questions for David Schneider from Supervisors McDonough or Wickham?
None for me.
Okay. Dave Schneider, Dave Baker, is this your classic A2? And are there any variables? I guess as long as you're involved in it, I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, again, Dave Schneider, Schneider Land Surveying, 906 First Street North, Farley, Iowa. Just basically working with this young couple, Eric and Leanne's, Leanne's parents are in their upper 60s, obviously looking for a little more help on the farm and obviously looking for a transition into the next generation, I guess. Eric and his wife are willing to move out there and start helping them out, as a lot of us do in our evenings and weekends and whatnot. In my conversation, the access drive to the new house would be right across the road from the building site where John and his wife currently live. It is kind of a consensus that the old house is basically fine for them, but at some point will be removed and this would ultimately become the farmhouse.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Question for Tammy Henry. What was the vote before the zoning board?
I believe it was 5-0, or I'm sorry, I apologize. It was 7-0. It was unanimous.
I'll make a motion to approve the rezoning. Oh, we have to have public hearing. Motion to open the public hearing.
There you
I
go.
will second that.
Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We are in public hearing on this zoning case. And if you have anything that you'd like to say related to this, now would be the time to do it. Please let us know on chat or raise your hand on Zoom. Okay, I'm not hearing anything or seeing anything, so entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
We'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And
Carried
now
3-0.
now I will make my motion to approve the rezoning. My apologies.
I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the rezoning. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0.
Make a second amendment to motion to suspend the requirement that this amendment be considered and voted on for passage at 2 prior meetings.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0.
Final motion is that the amendment be adopted and that the zoning administrator be directed to enter the appropriate changes on the official zoning map and that the auditor be directed to arrange for the publication of the amendment and portion of the official zoning map as amended in the official county newspapers as required by law.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. The zoning is approved. Okay. Next case, on item 4D on the agenda, case number ZC number 10-22-20, James and Linda Markham and Timothy and Kimberly Markham, A1 agriculture to A2 agriculture residential. We'll turn it over to Tammy Henry.
Okay, the applicants are requesting to rezone from A1 agricultural to A2 agricultural residential, 2.299 acres to remove the crop ground from the existing farm out. The property is located 1.43 miles northwest of the city of Rickersville along Flanagan Road and is legally described as Lot 1 of the northeast of the southeast and the northeast of the southeast except Lot 1, all in Section 14 T90 North, R1W, Concord Township, Dubuque County, Iowa. This property is owned by James and Linda Markham and Timothy and Kimberly Markham. Zoning in the area includes A1 agricultural to the north, the south, the east, and the west. There are no previous rezoning cases attached to this property, and there are no special use permits attached to this property. 6 rezoning notification letters were sent to the property owners, and the city of Rickersville was notified. Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 9, Agricultural and Natural Resources, page 134, Objective 3.1, and Chapter 8, Housing, page 122, Objective 12.7 may apply to this case. So this is a situation where years ago, they had split off the farm here, and that's when they were requiring 5 acres. Now what they're trying to do is go ahead and change this layout of this plat that they currently have eventually here, and they're trying to rezone around the buildings and add to the site for the sun. And again, I know that Dave Schneider's on here and has worked up this plan with them. If you have any questions for myself or him.
Okay, I think we'll hold off on Dave Schneider till we get into the public hearing. Any questions for Tammy Henry?
No.
Okay, no, if there's no questions for Tammy, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to open the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We are in public hearing for the zoning case. James and Linda Markham and Timothy and Kimberly Markham. My understanding is that David Schneider may have some input on this. So Dave, in public hearing, give your name and address again for the record, and you can bring us up to speed.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Again, Dave Schneider, Schneider Land Surveying, 906 First Street North, Farley, Iowa. Been working with the Markham family, obviously, since back in 06 when Tim and his wife first bought an acreage off of the what used to be his grandfather's portion of the farm. Their Jim and Linda have the home place further west on Flanagan Road. This goes back in 06, before we had the A2 zoning. We were required to do at least 5 acres. It was kind of an odd shaped parcel because we needed 300 feet of frontage based on the A1 zoning at the time. They had contacted me a couple months ago about basically acquiring an additional, Tim and his wife basically were going to add an additional approximately 33 acres onto the 6 acres that they had already owned. And I kind of recommended at the time to comply with the current zoning ordinance and also kind of think long term. It would probably make sense while we're doing this platting to go through the A2 rezoning process and size the building site down to ultimately what would be maintained as the acreage for financing purposes, as well as just future planning, and then also allows us to kind of get the residual parcel up to meet because the 33 acres allows us to get the residual parcel, or the portion that they're purchasing plus what they already have, up over the 35 to meet the A1 zoning. So just kind of trying to get things squared around as they continue to buy into the family farm there.
Any questions for David Schneider?
None from me.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Any other comments on public hearing on this matter? If you would like to speak, please notify us in chat or raise your hand in Zoom.
Tammy, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Is it the case that we actually had some neighbors respond?
Yeah, we had a neighbor respond and that they said they had no problem with this, that they were in favor of it. Actually, a couple of neighbors, I apologize. It was actually, I'm reading my notes. There was actually a couple of neighbors that were in favor of it.
Okay. There's no other public comment. I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I'll make a
Carried
motion to
3-0.
approve the rezoning.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the rezoning. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to suspend the requirement this amendment be considered and voted on for passage at 2 prior meetings.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0.
I'll make a motion that the amendment be adopted and the zoning administrator be directed to enter the appropriate changes on the official zoning map and that the auditor be directed to arrange for the publication of the amendment and portion of the official zoning map as amended in the official county newspapers as required by law.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. The zoning is approved. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. We have no plats today, so we're going to go to item number 6 on the agenda. Action items. The board may approve, deny, or table any action item. 6A, resolution. Appointment of deputies, assistants, and clerks. We have one position from roads, permanent full-time maintenance person 1. We'll go to Don Sherman.
Thank you, Chair Baker. Good morning. This is a vacancy out in our roads department. This occurred because of bumping our promotions. So this is our entry-level position. So I would recommend approval.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor? Excuse me. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. 6B, resolution approving FY20 annual urban renewal report. And
Mr. Chairman, if you wanted, I could make a couple of comments.
please do so. Our county auditor, Denise Dolan. Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't identify myself. Annually, you are required to file with the Department of Management a report on our urban renewal or TIF areas. Dubuque County has 2. One was the Nemasco area, which FY20 was actually the completion of that. So that this will be the last time you will see that portion of this report. And then there is a TIF for the biodiesel plant in Farley. That urban renewal area included a 10-year payback to the biodiesel plant, which has been completed. And then the remainder of the years on that are to reimburse the city of Farley for some of their administrative costs. And then also the secondary road department because they had funds involved in upgrading James Meyer Road. So this is just the annual report that we do that needs your approval before we can electronically send it to the Department of Management.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Any questions for Denise? All right, we have the resolution approving the FY20 annual urban renewal report.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I will, under discussion, I am very familiar with the Nemasco, which is now known as Klockner Metals. And that was a big addition, added jobs. I think is a good example of showing that some limited government involvement in economic development is good, because from my previous career, they had explored going out of state, and would not have been good for us. Now we have many really good paying jobs out there. So just wanted to let it be known that there is a place for the government in economic development. So, any additional discussion or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, next up, item 6C. It's a resolution to approve the quarterly DARE claim. It looks like it's $2,124.38.
I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Item D, 6D, resolution to approve necessary documents with Erman Corporation for the purchase of 2 railroad cars and 1 culvert to the tune of $45,500. For this, we'd go to Anthony Bargett to give us some background.
Okay, good morning. This would actually be for the set of plans we have out for bid right now for the Terra Lane and McAllister Road culvert replacements. This would be for 4 9-foot, approximately 9-foot diameter by 51-foot length railroad tank cars or tank culverts. So this would be going towards those 2 projects.
And Anthony, I know I usually ask you this, but I do this so that the citizens and taxpayers will come to appreciate your leadership and knowledge on this. Just in general, how much savings is there for using these repurposed railroad cars?
Yeah, for say one of the projects, typically we'd see total costs, including the culverts, for right around $70,000. If you were to put in a similar hydraulic area, bridge size, or maybe even a box culvert, double box culvert situation, we're probably saving on the order of $100,000, I would say. So this is in my opinion, it's a no-brainer. It's a very cost-effective way to do this.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Okay, we do any other questions for Anthony?
Move approval.
All right.
And I will second that.
Motion and a second to approve the resolution. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Item 6E, resolution approving West Campus change order number 6 for credit to not grind concrete pavement at north entrance driveway. And I think we would go to Anthony on this. Normally with a credit, I think we would, approve it right away. But Anthony, what was the decision for not grinding the pavement?
Yeah, and we also have Chrissy Monk, I believe, on the call as well, so she could chime in as well. But basically, we've been withholding about a $15,000 retainage on the contractor to just close out a couple little things that need to be finished up. One of the items was a grinding of the new driveway. So there's a little bit of there's some roughness to it, and originally that they were going to have ports, and that is they were going to have manats come in and grind that road or driveway. They've had some problems getting manats in with their schedules, and we've come to the realization that I think we can live with the roughness. So we are recommending that we actually take a credit of $5,000 for Portson to not have the driveway grinded down.
Okay. All right.
Anthony, is Portson okay with this? Was it in a contract with them that they have to be consulted?
Yes, we actually had communication back and forth with Ben Mum with Portson, and the number $5,000 was actually proposed by them. Actually, they proposed between $4,000 and $5,000, so we said, well, let's do $5,000, and I feel like that's a fair number. It would definitely cost right around that to bring manats in and grind that down.
Anthony,
I'll make a motion
Dave
to approve the
Baker.
resolution. Oops, sorry.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded under discussion. Anthony, this might be, I think it's related, but we had an issue with the paint striping, and I know we're about to close out this project, but did that paint striping get replaced? Was that taken care of? I believe there's striping there now, but we had the first time they did it, it flaked away. Was that corrected?
Yes, it was. I believe it was sometime back in the spring that Portson had a subcontractor come back in and restripe it, and we have not had any problems since then.
Okay. All right. Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up, 6F, resolution to approve the final progress voucher for the West Campus project. And Anthony or Christy Monk could comment on this.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Oh, no, go for it, Anthony.
Nope, I was just going to turn it over to you. So go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Christy Monk from FEH Design, 951 Main Street here in Dubuque. This is the final payment application. So with the approval of the $5,000 credit of the change order, we have a $10,000 remaining payment to the contractor before this project will be closed out.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Any questions for Christy or Anthony? If not, the motion would be in order to approve the resolution.
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up, item 6G, resolution to approve the Iowa DOT pre-construction agreement number 2020-C-049 for a primary road project for project number NHSX-052-2121-3H-31 on US Highway 52. The amount of $15,678. And for the background information, we'll go to Anthony Bargett, our county engineer.
Okay, so the Iowa DOT's next phase of construction up there on US 52, it's actually Highway 3 now, but they're going to continue to call it US 52 for the purposes of this agreement. They're going to be reconstructing that road over by Luxembourg, and we have two side roads that intersect the highway, two of them being Kleeser Road and Vonderhart Road. And so what they're going to be doing is they're going to be paving back 50 feet from the edge line of the edge of the main line of the road. And I'm very much in support of this. It helps keep our maintainer operators off of the highway itself and keeps them back at 50 feet. So I think this is a reasonable price to bill us for this.
Okay. Any questions for Anthony?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. We have item 6H on the agenda, resolution to approve plans and specifications for the new HMA paved shoulders project on Sundown Road, project HSIP-CO31-111-FJ-31. And we'll go to Anthony Bargett. And Anthony, I believe this is on the Sundown Road south from just north of 151. And if you want to give us the background on it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So this would be from Highway 151 up to Monastery Road. So this would be the stretch of road that currently has gravel shoulders, and we have quite a bit of maintenance work we have to do continuously on those gravel shoulders, and I think they're also one of the contributing factors towards crashes on that road. So we were able to secure just shy of $500,000 out of the Highway Safety Improvement Program from the state. And so that is being contributed towards this project. So this would be paving 4-foot asphalt shoulders from Monastery Road down to 151. In addition, while we're there during construction, we're going to also do some concrete patching on the road to patch out some of the deteriorated locations along Sundown Road. This will be a one-lane closure situation, so the entire road will not be closed down at any given point. Any questions?
Any questions for Anthony?
Make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
Okay, there's a motion made and seconded, and in discussion, Anthony, I think that this is obviously a positive that we got this grant, but Sundown Road, the south portion, is not your average county road. It's basically it's a highway that connects 151 and 20, and I think even with Southwest Arterial, it's still going to be the main connector in many cases. So thank you for your efforts on this.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thanks.
All in favor of approving the resolution signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, item 6I, resolution approving the contract with the Dubuque Regional Humane Society for stray animal services. And I know Dawn Sherman has been working on this. Dawn, if you want to give us an update on the negotiations with the Dubuque Regional Humane Society.
Yep, thank you, Chair Baker. I've been working with Chief Deputy Reneker to procure these services. We went out in 2018 when the previous vendor was notified us that they were no longer able to perform these services for us. So our law enforcement are able to take in any stray dogs or cats to the Humane Society, and they help with the boarding and the notification process for the county. So Chief Reneker has confirmed that they have no issues with the service. The process is working well for them. So we are recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dawn Sherman?
What do we anticipate the full amount of the contract to be?
For the last 2 years, we've averaged right around $25,000 per year.
Any other questions? What, I guess a motion to approve the resolution would be in order.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion was made and seconded to approve the resolution. In discussion, this seems like a reasonable settlement to this contract for this fiscal year, and we do not want to go back to the days where we had deputies spending an hour or more running out to Dyersville with a stray animal under Sheriff Kennedy's when he first came in, and Sheriff Rotos prior to that. That was, it looked like on paper it was going to save money, but it actually was costing us money in the Sheriff's Department budget, and I'm sure Chief Deputy Reneker was well aware of that. So I think this is a good move. So, all right, any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, next up, 6J, resolution approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Dubuque County Assistant County Attorneys Association. And for this, we'll go to Dawn Sherman, our Human Resources Director.
All right, so what we are presenting is a 1-year agreement with the Assistant County Attorneys Union. This would include a 2% general wage increase that would be effective back to July 1st. Consistent with our other contracts, we've added Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday as a holiday for this union. And we also worked on an on-call pay provision. We were switching up how they recognize that time. About each attorney 5 times a year takes a week on call, including weekends. And so we are putting in a provision to recognize, compensate them for that time in this contract. So it is a 1-year agreement with this union.
Okay, questions for Dawn Sherman?
I would just ask, I know County Attorney May is with us, if he has anything he wants to add to that.
Good morning. No, Dawn's comments are accurate, and I think it's ready for your potential approval.
Thank you, CJ.
Okay, thank you, CJ.
I'll move approval.
There's a motion to approve the resolution. I will second it. I'm looking for Supervisor Wickham. I want to make sure he's still on.
I am still on. I'm still in my same position I was prior to entering fiscal 21 related to wage levels.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Motion was made and seconded to approve the resolution approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Dubuque County Assistant County Attorneys Association. Any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed, use the sign of nay.
Nay.
Okay, carried 2-1. All right, next up is 6K, resolution approving the collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters Local 120, representing the Sheriff's Department Administrative Deputies. And we'll go to Dawn Sherman for the explanation on this group.
All right, this is the administrative deputies. So there are 16 members of this union. We have traditionally done a 1-year agreement with them, and that is what's presented to you. With this, we do not negotiate the wage increase because their wages, everybody in this union, their wages are a percentage of the sheriff's. So that is concluded through your budget process. For this union, it was 3% for FY21. So we went in and we negotiated an increase to the employee share of the health insurance, which is consistent with the other sheriff's deputies union. We did add an on-call provision that mirrors the other contract within the sheriff's department. And we also added an education incentive for the chief deputies and captains for anybody who has advanced, who has some type of a degree. We wanted to recognize that within this bargaining unit and the value that it brings to the organization.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Any questions for Dawn Sherman?
Dawn, when was this actually, the wage increase? How is that? If you can explain that again.
So the wage increase for this, every employee in that bargaining unit, their wages are a percentage of the sheriff's. So when you approve the wage of the sheriff through your regular budget process, that takes effect July 1st, and then we increase all of their wages are adjusted accordingly because they are a percentage of the sheriff. So those already went into effect on July 1st of this year.
Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
And Dawn, is this, okay, I'm sorry, Ann, did you make the motion to approve the resolution?
I did.
Okay, and I will second that. And in discussion, Dawn, this is the wages, the initial wage proposal for this group was 12% through the Dubuque County Compensation Board. And the supervisors had rolled this back and rolled all the groups back by an equal percentage. So this ended up at 3%. Is this the group that originally was 12%?
You are correct. The compensation board's recommendation was a 12% increase for the sheriff, and that was rolled back to 3%. And then that is the wage increase for this bargaining unit as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion was made and seconded to approve the resolution. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up is a resolution, item 6L, to approve and authorize the chairperson to accept the anti-heroin task force grant award of $10,000. And I don't know if we have anybody from the task force. Is Kelly Otting in the meeting? Yes, okay. He says he is available. Could we unmute Kelly Otting, please? Female. My bad. Sorry. Sorry, Kelly. If she is unmuted, please. Can
Kelly,
anybody tell?
you are unmuted if you'd like to speak.
Maybe *6.
Yeah, Kelly is asking if we can hear her.
We cannot. If she hits *6 on her phone, she might be able to speak or be heard, I should say.
Somebody want to message her?
She is unmuted in Zoom. I'm not sure if it's her connection.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
And I will second that.
There's a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution. And yeah, Kelly has indicated that it's she's not able to connect. So, okay, motion was made and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. All right, we'll move to communications. This is correspondence the board would receive and file without taking action. I don't believe we have any today. So we'll go to appointments. So item 8A, appointments, the Watershed 28E working group. And we'll be looking for Eric Schmeckel and Ed Raber, I believe.
Hey, good morning. This is Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Good morning.
Good morning. So following up from our last discussion, this was a appointment that was tabled. I know Supervisor McDonough and Supervisor Wickham both kind of expressed interest in being part of our watershed working group. Excited to get the group underway. As you guys just remember, this group is 2 City of Dubuque officials that are elected or appointed, 2 from Dubuque Stormwater Conservation District, 2 from County Board of Supervisors, and the last 3 would be made up of collectively from a group of farmers that were appointed by the group of 6. In our last meeting, I reached out to a number of different farmers and had discussions with some commissioners as well as it relates to trying to make up what we feel is a very workable group to include relevant conversation, relating back to the 2080 agreement in our watershed engagement and so forth. Supervisor McDonough brought up a very important part, and that's gender equality and balanced on this board. While it's not, this group does not have any bylaws or anything, it's something that we feel is important, and I think the board agrees that we try and get to a gender balanced board as much as we can. It's something that I know the district commissioners have struggled getting more female participation in some of the farm groups and agricultural decisions being made. That being said, I do have 2 names of 2 females that have expressed interest in being part of this, and I have had conversations with, like I said, several farmers that I believe would represent the county well if the Board of Supervisors chooses to appoint these positions. I want to reiterate the fact that anyone will be welcome to come to these meetings, and any time that we have, obviously, 2, if not 3 supervisors that would like to join a meeting, that's certainly doable, and we would definitely reach out to Ed and to Dawn and make sure that we're following the public meetings. So I don't want to deter anyone from coming, and I said that to other farmers as well. We started with a group of 9 to come up with a farmer-led discussion group relevant, going back to the relevant items in the 2080 agreement, talking about farming practices, what's working, what's not, and then also, of course, funding and programming to kind of keep this thing moving and influence land change and water quality improvements. Happy to have 2 supervisors on this group as well, if that's the decision that we feel is best. And I still think farmers, a group of farmers that I've been at least communicating with, would still be interested in coming as well too. So I think there's lots of options out there right now. Obviously, at least the foreseeable future, we're going to have to do the virtual meetings, at least until it gets nice out and we can hopefully separate and gather outside with this group eventually. That would be the plan. But as we head into the winter months, our first meeting or 2 would more likely be virtual. That being said, I'll pause there and just kind of open it up for discussion and feedback from all 3 of you.
Well, I'm happy to begin, and I appreciate that you have found women who are landowners and interested in land stewardship. I applaud them and their goals as much as I appreciate that you've just been perhaps more deeply looking for who to invite to the table, and so I value that very much. And I am happy to proceed with the individuals that you locate. I don't actually know who they are yet, Eric. And, you know, and so that's the process that I don't know that they need to come back before us. Is this a board or a commission that we're putting on our list that we're actually going to talk about in a work session later today? I understand it's only for a year appointment. You know, as long as there are voices that are diverse at the table, it doesn't need to be me. They will know much more about this issue than I do as I learn it myself. I intend to remain engaged, but it doesn't have to be me. And Supervisor Wickham, I'm not sure how you feel about that, but we should certainly provide closure so that Eric can schedule meetings to move forward. I'm sure you'll agree with that as well.
Yeah, a couple comments. You know, first, I was an advocate for more board seats, appointment seats for the Dubuque County. We have a small amount right now, but we are the most significant financial contributor and hiring personnel as well. And so that was my first point, but that has not passed. Related to appointing 2 additional people, I would like the Board of Supervisors to have those names and applicants, similar to what we do for other boards and commissions, come to us. And I'm very interested in having the public serve. And so if you have people that are interested in this and they are citizens and landowners of Dubuque County, I would be very interested in reviewing those applicants.
Supervisor Baker, I would agree. I mean, I think having folks that are interested and having gender balance is great. I do have a little problem with Dubuque County seemingly being the only entity to be concerned with gender balance. But if we have qualified folks and they're you know willing to serve, I think that's great. I would want to not approve somebody that I haven't met or haven't had a chance to review their application. I won't do that blindly, but I would be interested in reviewing their application. So I would not approve a male or a female without knowing who they were. So I'm not, again, we shouldn't do it blindly, but let's get those applications to us so that we can go through the process and do it. It sounds like we may have consensus to move in that direction. So, Eric, I think we just need to instruct those folks and I guess for Don Sherman and Ed Raver, I know you've been working on you know, improving this process, but it seems like on this one we're probably right back to our where we've always been. So could we please get those out and so that we can have a discussion, and then maybe at the meeting, if they're available to talk to us, that'd be great. But otherwise, providing you know, a resume of their background and all that would be great. So, but it sounds like we're close.
And I would like to add another comment, because I think that there's different ways to view leadership on this issue. I don't feel that it's disappointing that we have to push or lead on gender balance or on equity. I'm happy to take that role, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well. You know, to Supervisor Wickham's point, if we had made this board bigger, there'd be room for many more people at the table. And I think that that's a valid point. That's not where we are today, but and like we've done with Greater Dubuque Development Corporation and our appointment there, sometimes it takes someone just simply to lead to make the space. This committee will be far better if we can find other folks to sit around the table. So I'm not disappointed that it's left to us. It's just a matter of who's going to make us get to the goal we need to be at as a community.
As I have stated, again, with this project and talking to numerous farmers, speaking at field day down at Eric Miller's farm, I don't think in order for this to work, It can't be the government telling the farmers what we want them to do. It needs to be farmer-led. And so I applaud, it sounds like our consensus, to have, you know, not to have the supervisors keep their heads in the tent, but not necessarily being on the committee. So I think that's a good approach. So anyway, so Eric, does it sound like we have direction?
Yeah.
And do you have any questions?
I do not. I will have 2, if not 3 of the interested women, and I have some males as well too. I'll have them fill out some applications to submit for the next meeting, and hopefully we can get the appointments made. And you know, I know this is a really busy time to try and get a kickoff meeting started anyway, so we can look as weather eventually gets colder here to set up our first virtual meeting and so forth. And I do want to remind you too, we will be having an annual meeting, more than likely January, with all partners, City of Dubuque, Council, Soil and Water District Commissioners, and Supervisors, as stated in our 2080 agreement. That group is still going to be meeting annually. I think it makes sense to try and have that meeting sometime in January. Obviously, probably it'll have to be virtual, but I did want to remind you that will be coming up as well too. Real quickly, just kind of off topic here a little bit, I did want to let you aware of, I know our resolution has been approved for the $390,000 in funding in our different buckets of funding approval. We're working through the contracts right now with our partners, just kind of some of the back and forth, making sure those are ready to go, hopefully for the next meeting as well too. November 18th, one of our partners, the Truterra, with the Truterra Insight Engine, will be doing kind of a kickoff show on the WHO radio, the big show. They'll be sponsoring and hosting that day, which is next Wednesday coming up. So I'll be on the radio talking with Truterra and with some of the things that we're doing in the county. Ed Raber and I will work on a press release with some of that information as well too here. But I just wanted to let you guys aware of that as well.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay. And just as a reminder, it was pointed out by Deputy Auditor Mary Hobble here, this application form is available on our website, and it is a 2-page application.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 8B, excuse me, go ahead, Ann.
Eric, as I've said to you before, if you would like me to make any of those calls as well, then I'm happy to join you in that. So that offer stands.
All right, I appreciate that.
Okay, we're going to move on. 8B, open vacancies. I think Don Sherman and Ed Raber have been working on this. I don't know if you have an update. I guess I'd like to hear it at this point.
Supervisor Baker, this is Ed Raber. Dolan and I do have some information. It's in a later work session. This is just a standard sheet that is imperfect, but is it's a reminder as we discuss other appointments. So we have some other stuff later today in a work session.
Work session at 2:15 p.m. So,
unless someone has a question right now, but otherwise we're going to treat this later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, personnel requisitions. We have a permanent full-time coordinator of disability services, and for the update on that, we'll go to our Human Resources Director, Don Sherman.
Thank you, Chair Baker. We were recently notified of an upcoming retirement of our current coordinator. And so when we were notified of that, I reached out to the region CEO, May, and had her review and update the job description. It had been some time since we've taken a look at that and updated and updated it. And so she has done that. So the one that you have in your packet is one that May had worked on with me. I don't know if there's any questions about continuing to update that. Now that we have an upcoming vacancy, this is the opportune time to take a look at it, make sure that how we have this position structured is what the supervisors are looking for. So this is the requisition to start that recruitment process.
Dawn, if I might just speak to this, I wrote to both you and May over the weekend when I saw this job description in the agenda packet. And I do not have the employee who's retiring. I don't have a job description for her, so I'm not sure how it's been previously described. But I think I've indicated to both you and to May that there are potential other skills, other tasks that we might want this employee to have leadership on in our county that are currently not being addressed. So, it's my request that I wasn't consulted and haven't had discussion with May or you about this. But I would like to have us have opportunity to do further work on this job description. Specifically, I am looking for a candidate, and I would like to do our search for a candidate who also has skill set to address substance abuse issues, knowledge of those that impact families and individuals. That is part of what our coordinator does. It isn't compensated, I don't think, or run through the region, and we can't pay for that with regional mental health dollars. I understand that, but that is a void right now in our community that we are not addressing. And I think it's something that many other counties of our size do that work. I don't see us authorizing or having another employee position be created to address that. So, that's a conversation that I would like to have about whether or not we have the proper job description for the person we're looking to fill this spot.
Yeah, and this is the perfect time to evaluate that and make sure that if we are restructuring this position, that this is the time that we address that. So yes, we can continue to work on that with you.
I would ask Supervisor Wickham and Supervisor Baker, what are your thoughts just generally on this? The substance use and abuse is something we have in the past put as a subcommittee. I am attending those meetings, but there isn't any leadership at the county level about this issue. And if you think of a coin, obviously, the brain health issues are on one side, and I believe, and I think there's, research to show that other side of the same coin is that it's about substance use and abuse. And right now we let that be to the issues of the anti-heroin funding that we just talked about. And otherwise, the ad hoc committee, standing committee on Board of Health, that's been basically let go because we had a few members of our Board of Health resign. So, and we have funded aggressively at this board the opioid treatment program, but that also is not regularly convening or occurring. And if we don't show leadership on this, I'm concerned that we're just going to continue to kind of let that be to the side. And all of the folks that I've talked to, and certainly May has raised this with us at the governing board level, that we know there are increasing difficulties and citizens are struggling with brain health and substance use. That's both increasing.
And I did see that May was able to rejoin our meeting if you have any specific questions for her. Again, this position does report directly to the Board of Supervisors, but May does work with all of the coordinators throughout the region.
Right, and my request wouldn't in any way circumvent that. And in fact, there's going to have to be a thoughtful discussion with May about how is the compensation for this position accomplished through the region. But many of the other coordinators throughout the mental health region do have other jobs that they are assigned to do by their local Board of Supervisors or County Board of Supervisors. So they have split job descriptions with various local duties and also duties and obligations to the region. So if there's not any further discussion, I would make a motion to table for 2 weeks.
Trying to get in. So, yeah, I think your path was correct in the last portion that you're talking about related to what other counties are doing. So I would be very interested in what other counties in our region and or other like counties are doing for this position, and to review those job descriptions and to better understand the role of this position, because it's a new opportunity that we have in front of us to either duplicate what we've maybe considered success, or to possibly to pivot and make a change that's going to be more meaningful in these two areas. So a little more research and understanding I would definitely favor for, and I would support a motion to table as well.
Okay.
This is May. Could I say a word?
Of course, go ahead, May.
Is that a second?
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask for a moment for clarification from the chair? Do we have a second to my motion? May I ask?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you.
So we're in discussion, and in discussion, May Henson is asked to speak, and I'm going to allow it.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. I had another meeting and I was able just to get back on, so this was great timing. So first of all, Ann, to a couple of your points, I did look at the job descriptions of the other counties. Most specifically, I consulted with Lynn County because their coordinator position was the most recently hired. They hired a new coordinator last December. So I worked with Lynn County on their job description. I will tell you that there are no other coordinators in our region who administer substance abuse services at the level that Ann is suggesting. Not to say that they don't handle commitments for substance abuse services, because I believe that they perhaps do, but there's not a level of coordination, frankly. I think because there's not enough time, just because of the amount that would take of time for the coordination of comprehensive coordination of substance abuse services, perhaps would take more time than what the coordinator would have. However, should you decide that you would like to have the coordinator be more involved with substance abuse services in Dubuque County, if you see, I believe it was the first bullet on the job description that talked about the coordinator's responsibilities to the county and managing services to the county, I have in there mental health commitments. We could certainly add substance abuse services as far as coordinators, sorry, it's the
typical tasks.
Track services costs for people supported directly by the county through mental health commitments or other programs. Right in there, we could work in language about substance abuse, or we could work in another bullet about, substance abuse coordination. But I think when you look at the typical tasks, especially as the coordinator of disability services for the county MHDS, oops, there's a typo that should say MHDS, I'm so sorry. County administrative budget, collecting and reporting data, interacts with the public, assist in hiring, training, disciplinary actions, evaluation of staff. It effectively engages the community to innovatively develop new services. All of these things could be for MHDS as well as substance abuse. I don't think that there's anything in this job description that would be contradictory to leadership regarding substance abuse services and treatment in the county. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that there's anything here that would prohibit that, but perhaps some fine tuning if that's your wish.
But I would like to just have you look at the second page, which is the knowledge, skills, and ability. That might also be a place where we want to say, we want to encourage candidates who have that as well. We have here county budgeting procedures. Certainly we're going to value that, but as we look at what we might want this role to be in terms of leadership, or at least knowledge and, awareness of what also is happening in our community with relative to substance abuse. I think that could be something there that we could set out as a bullet point. When I was involved in the creating of the job description under which you serve at the governing board, we really tried to stretch all those job description issues to bring in candidates who are qualified for all different kinds of reasons. And that's why I think we got such a tremendous candidate, that you just saw all the opportunities there. So I don't think you necessarily need to, I mean, ultimately it comes down to, unless this county is willing to put forth money for substance abuse something, we have to go with primarily the coordinator position for MHDS. But this person is not specifically an employee of MHDS. They also report to us. So we could ask that there be leadership on other issues or coordination of other things. So that's
Yes,
why
absolutely.
to step sideways
And
for just a moment to make sure it's really as robust as we would like it to be.
absolutely, and you have that ability. Jay, to your question, what other counties do, we have a range in the region of about 80% of a coordinator's time to 100% of a coordinator's time is region. And so I don't think that there are any coordinators who have less than 80% of their time dedicated to regional duties. So that means in those situations, if it's at 80%, then the county pays the region pays 80% of their salary and the county pays 20%. However, then we also have coordinators who 100% of their time is dedicated to the region, and the region pays 100% of their salary. So you have the ability to have a little discussion about how much of the time would you like to have the coordinator dedicated to the region, and how much to the county, and then that affects how much the county puts into the salary versus the region. But also then consideration of just what kind of responsibilities to the region that we need out of a Dubuque County coordinator, which is why I tried to put both of those in that job description.
And we're still under discussion. I would also like to point out, and I think Ann mentioned it previously, that we had the previous initiatives were led by the subcommittee from the Board of Health, and I don't know if that's a better option. I think it is good to have the discussion, and whether we need additional staffing with the health department and have it be under that umbrella. Certainly, we don't want it to be redundant and have more than one department handling that. And I think having the discussion is a good idea, and knowing the financial implications as well is important. So, we certainly miss Todd Lang's leadership, but Todd had to resign, and with the focus on the pandemic, they haven't really been able to continue with that. So I agree that we need to have, I believe, staff working on the substance abuse issues. And I know Ann and I have served on the various, or attended the various stakeholders meetings, and for most of my term I have served on the opioid response team. And again, COVID has affected the ability of those folks to get together. But I think it's good discussion. We do have a motion and a second to table it, and I support that as well. So is there any other discussion?
I would just like to point out to my colleagues, and I'm not sure, Chair Baker, you know this, but Todd Lang continues to be extraordinarily active at the governing board level with the mental health and disabilities work that's being done. He chairs the peer-to-peer counseling subcommittee, which is the most active from the state of Iowa, is my understanding. So he still represents Dubuque County in a tremendous way through work in the brain health topic, and he's genuinely a leader on that, and goes down to the state legislature to put forth make contact with those individuals as well on behalf of local citizens. So still doing tremendous work for the county as a volunteer.
Yes, my point was he was missed at the county level and was convening the local providers and stakeholders specifically on that issue. Actually, it had expanded into, it started out as regarding, an anti-heroin type effort and ended up including meth and other substances. So my point was that Todd Lang is missed at the local level, and he was a leader on the Board of Health in this area that has not been replaced due to the circumstances. So,
good points.
All right. Motion was made and seconded to table. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. This is table. Okay. We have item 10, tabled and pending items. We do have a letter from County Attorney C.J. May regarding a home-based business permit that had come before us, and I think we deferred to County Attorney May, and I guess if CJ would like to comment on it, we'll go to CJ for his to explain his letter.
Very good. So I received the documentation from zoning administrator Tammy and looked through all of that. I went back through the ordinances, and there is nothing that would allow for this particular event to happen without the acceptance or the acquiescence, if you will, of the neighbors within the 500 feet. There is no other particular relief available to the applicants, and it was clear to me in reading the ordinance that when this was set up originally to allow for these home-based businesses, that it was kind of a strict compliance, that there were very detailed items that need to be met. And if they weren't, then the application certainly could not be approved. And so that's my opinion based upon the information given to me and my review of the ordinance. Certainly, if the board would look to make some changes to that ordinance to allow for some variances or something, that would need to be done, obviously, subsequent to this. But the way it was written and the way it was adopted originally, I think that's where it leaves you at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, CJ.
We also have comment from Tammy Henry. I know she has taken action since this letter's been received.
Yeah, this is Tammy Henry. So I have sent a letter, excuse me, I've sent a letter to the Papes, and they have since responded. They received the letter saying that they had 30 days to make sure that we were following up with this, and that since we received CJ's opinion there, and we've sent a letter out to them. They received it. They picked it up actually on the 6th of November, and I have received a phone call, and I'm actually playing phone tag right now with Mr. Pape. Mr. Pape is going to ask to request a rezoning around that building. So he would have to rezone to an M1, and he is aware of that. So I'm in the midst of trying to contact him as he is with me, so we can communicate about a request for a rezoning of that building now.
Okay, Tammy, that would be a separate case, is that correct?
That would be a separate case. It would have no bearing on this anymore if he comes in and asks for a rezoning. If he does not ask for the rezoning, my understanding is Mr. Pape understands that that business can no longer operate out there. And the way that we've done this in the past, when they have been done, we will go and we will inspect the property to make sure that there is not a business running there. And, but I believe that Mr. Pape is interested in seeing if he could get a possible rezoning out there.
Tammy, a question for you. In the rezoning, I guess it's just I'm not aware of the answer, but will the neighbors also be consulted in a rezoning application?
Yes, they will. It'll be notified 500 feet around. So that will be,
Here, to receive and file. And
Yep.
this isn't on for discussion or action. It's a receive and file. So I would stay in those zones and lanes. If the board wants to discuss this, then let's put it on the agenda.
Understand, but it's under tabled and pending items, not receive and file.
No, this is an item that was under communications and it was tabled. So it is a receive and file is the motion. So is there a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I will
Okay,
second
the
that.
motion was made and seconded to receive and file. Now, is there any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried. All right, go to public comments. At this time, anyone may address the board on matters which are of concern to that person, which are not agenda items. Please go to the podium, state your name and home address. Please be aware the board is limited in their ability to respond to such inquiries, and Iowa Code prohibits the board from deliberating or acting on items not appearing on the agenda. So I would ask that you raise your hand on Zoom or send us a message on chat for items not on the agenda. I'd ask Don Sherman to give me a heads up if we see anybody.
Nobody has
Okay, here.
identified that they would like to speak.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this point, to close out this meeting, I would ask for a motion to recess. And I guess with that, do you want to take a 5-minute break before we go back into our work sessions?
So moved.
I will
Motion
second that.
made and seconded to recess for 5 minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're in recess for 5 minutes. Well. Oh.
Dave, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Ready, Mayor? Okay, we are going to convene the work session to discuss COVID-19 related issues. We will start with our Director of our Health Department, Patrice Lambert, for her report.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Patrice.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. I will just tell you ahead of time, I wish that data news was a lot better than what we'll be reporting, but I'm going to just start with all of the data that we have for Dubuque County coming off of our COVID-19 in Iowa dashboard. Currently in Dubuque County, we have had 38,461 individuals tested. Out of that number, we've had 6,572 individuals that have tested positive. Out of that number, we've had 4,170 of those individuals have recovered. And unfortunately, we're at, as when I pulled up this slide, we are at 67 deaths in Dubuque County. You may have read Randy Gale, our PIO daily update yesterday, and we did have a record high of 202 positive cases. In Dubuque County, our positivity 14-day average for Dubuque County is at 22.7. And we also we're dealing with 5 long-term care that are identified as in outbreak status, that being Luther Manor Communities, Manor Care Health Services of Dubuque, Mercy One Dyersville Senior Care, Sunnycrest Manor, and Shady Rest Care Center. And on the dashboard for the COVID-19 for the state of Iowa, for the hospitalizations, and again, this is just Dubuque County residents hospitalized anywhere in the state of Iowa. And this was as of Saturday. The dashboard lists that number of being 50. And before we start our slide presentation this morning, I did just want to share a couple of things. As you know, the Dubuque County Public Health Incident Management Team continue to meet on a daily basis. And we meet more often if needed, and we do meet over the weekend if needed as well. And we do work closely with the Iowa Department of Public Health, and we do follow the guidance from the CDC. We have weekly webinars with IDPH, and we have direct contact with our IDPH regional epidemiologist. We still continue the incident management team. We continue to focus on metrics that we feel are very vital for Dubuque County. And those metrics consist of that 14-day average positivity rate trend line, the number for our hospitalizations, the cases per our age group, our epi curve, our cases per zip code, and our long-term outbreak status facilities. We're also, and I believe Stacy is on, and I'll have Stacy go into more detail after we do our slide presentation, but we continue to have IDPH do our contact tracing. However, Stacy will give you more information that the VNA does do more enhanced contact tracing for all of our new positive cases, as well as follow-up. And Stacy will share that what her progress has been. She's been orientating all of her staff at the VNA and also looking at additional people to assist in that. And when they do make that contact, one of the components that they are talking to that person who is either positive or has been identified as a close contact is to assess if they're able to isolate and quarantine at home safely. And basically, if they do need any additional assistance as well. So we're very fortunate to have Stacy and the visiting nurse team doing this extra step for us. And then also the incident management team continues to have numerous weekly, bi-weekly meetings, and one of those being with our school population. We do meet with our pre-K through 12 as well as our higher ed every other week, but we do take constant calls and emails from both of those those identified groups, the pre-K through 12 as well as the higher ed. And I know Stacy will be informing you of the daily contacts that she has been doing with the pre-K through 12 and with some of our higher ed institutions as well. And with our positivity rate being the 22.7, we have been in close contact with our pre-K through 12 because we know that now that we have reached that 20%, we do not need to have that other criteria attached, which is 10% or more of absenteeism from the students and the staff at schools if the schools wish to request virtual education. At our last phone conference that we did have, and Stacy again can share more of this, we felt that keeping the schools as they are with their plan of education is safe for our students and our staff right now, knowing that a discussion could occur this afternoon or tomorrow or in 2 weeks, and that might not be the picture. But again, I will have Stacy talk a little bit more on that. Just a couple more things with our vaccination. Iowa Department of Public Health has informed us that the CDC said that they need to be ready as of November 15th to receive vaccines. However, we know that we probably will not receive any vaccine until probably later, which could be maybe at the end of the month of November, but more than likely into December. And again, these vaccinations will have a priority group that will be assigned to receiving those vaccines. And we also know that the state of Iowa will probably not receive, nor will any of the other states, a large bulk of vaccine right away. But we do, with our incident management team, we do have our Dubuque County workbook up and running. We do have currently 32 sites that we've been working with our healthcare providers, that when vaccine comes in, we will be able to distribute for distribution through our healthcare providers. We're also in our end stage of planning for a budget that we will be presenting to the Board of Health if we did have to do a county site, that people could actually come to the site to receive their vaccination. Now, we know that for the general public, vaccines probably won't be available until later in the springtime. But again, we need to have all of our planning done so that we will be able to immediately go into action when IDPH calls and says that we do have vaccinations available. Lastly, before our slide presentation, I just wanted to share that we are in constant conversation with our hospitals. We are looking at all of the surge plans that are possible that we could roll out if needed. We do know that our hospitals across the state of Iowa are really challenged by three main factors right now. That being the number of COVID-19 patients that are being admitted, and also the staffing challenges to all of our hospitals throughout the state of Iowa due to illness or isolation and quarantine issues. And also in the state of Iowa, we're starting to hear that there is some reduction for equipment and supply chain limits for certain items. So again, we are in constant conversation. We will have another incident management team meeting with the hospitals this afternoon. and we will proceed forward in helping in any way that we can. We are also looking at, well, Iowa Department of Public Health has pretty much told us that we will not be able to ask them for assistance at this time if we wanted to set up a field or a temporary hospital. And this is basically because there's no state or federal level resources that are currently available. So again, when we're working with the hospitals on their surge plans, we are looking at any possibility if Dubuque County did have to open up a site off of the hospitals, and we're just trying to gather, again, some budget items that we will be able to go in front of the Board of Health to have their approval if indeed we ever did have to open up a temporary site. Now, we do know that not just Dubuque County, but across the state of Iowa, if that were to happen, more than likely that temporary site would be for those less severe illness of the patients. The COVID patients and the more severe patients that might need intensive care or ventilators, whatever the case may be, they would remain at the hospital sites. We do know that the hospitals are working amongst their own institutions as well. And please know that our hospitals are also talking with each other, which is wonderful. We are very appreciative of having that conversation with both of our hospitals in the county of Dubuque. So with that, I'm going to ask Sam to start with our slide presentation. And Sam, if you can get that up. And Dawn, are you able to share the, oh, okay, sorry, she is. Okay, we're just going to show a couple of slides that, again, with a White House report, this does come out on a weekly basis. This was last week's, and we usually get the updated White House report on Wednesdays. So this is still from last week, but again, you'll look at this, the numbers for the metro areas in the red zone. They have increased by 7. So now there are 21 cities in the state of Iowa that have reached the red zone identification with the White House task force, and Dubuque remains on that list. And then if you look to the right of that, you will see that the counties in the state of Iowa have increased by 26. So our numbers are 82 counties are identified in this last week's White House report that is in the red zone. And again, we'll probably, well, we will share once we get that new White House report, which will probably be on Wednesday. So the next slide, Sam. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you, can you go back 1 second? I just wanted to also point out that the following 3 counties have the highest number of new cases over the last 3 weeks. Polk County, Dubuque County, and Lynn County. And these counties represent 22.8% of new cases in Iowa. So now, Sam, you can go to the next. And this just shows the new cases per 100,000 with the positivity rates. And then, Sam, the next slide. Again, with every White House report, they do provide recommendations, mitigation strategies. What they have right now are with daily new hospital administrations doubling over the last month. There must be clear messaging to Iowans to act now, to do not gather without a mask with individuals living outside of your household. Always wear a mask in public places. Stop gatherings beyond immediate household until cases and test positivity decrease significantly. Effective practice to decrease transmission in public spaces, including limiting restaurant indoor capacity to less than 50% and restricting hours until the cases and the test positivity cases decrease. Work with hospitals, Chamber of Commerce, and others to create and communicate public service announcements on taking smart actions to stay open, including targeted messages to rural communities. And we have Randy Gale is working with our Joint Information Committee, which does involve hospital personnel. And I know that they are working on some communication with the public service announcements. And also we have been working with the Chamber of Commerce. We do not want the stores to actually close doors. So we are trying to promote, especially at this time, to wear your mask and also to utilize that pickup service, that curbside pickup service. We don't want people not to shop in the county. We want them to, but there are some easy, smart ways to continue that shopping. And again, limiting the person or limiting the number of your family when you do need to go into a grocery store or a hardware store by just having a minimal number of an individual or individuals to go into that store. Don't take your whole entire family. So the next slide, Sam. And this is, again, the comparison of the positive cases per zip code. And we have said that we would update this every single Monday. This is shared with the city clerks and the mayors after this meeting. We do send the Board of Health and the Board of Supervisors this slide presentation as well. And we just wanted to show the difference from the cases. The orange bar are our new cases, and the gray bars are our cases from last week. And again, we do have to continue to meet the criteria provided to us from the Iowa Department of Public Health. So if there are less than 5 cases, we are not able to identify that number. So over to the right-hand side, you will see that Zwingle, we put down change as less than 5. And in Luxembourg, they had no change at all. And we do have to maintain what the directive is from the Iowa Department of Public Health when we do share these numbers. And again, we will continue to do this every Monday. So Sam, the next one, please. And this again is just another way to show what the new data is for our cases as of this morning. Just a different format. So the next one, please, Sam. And this is the percent of the positive cases per zip code. And again, this is what it is currently as of this morning when Sam did pull the data off of our Domo. And again, we know that even when Sam does pull that information off, it changes continuously. So again, this is just a snapshot of when Sam went in and pulled that information off. And again, on the right-hand side, you will see that our county numbers still are showing the highest of the percent of those positive cases based on the population size. So the next one, please, Sam. And this, we did have a request, I believe, Supervisor McDonough, you had asked for the age group breakout. So we did provide this. And if you look on the last bar, that is the 17% that of our positive cases still fall in that 19 to 24-year-old age group. And the age groups that are listed are the age groups that Iowa Department of Public Health allows us to report out on. So I apologize, but we cannot give you just what the number would be for just 19-year-olds or 18-year-olds. We still have to do them in an age bracket. But it is more specific compared to what you would see or the general public would see on the COVID-19 and Iowa dashboard. Okay, and the next one, Sam, please. We also had a request for the recovery data. And with our recovery data, Iowa Department of Public Health defines a person to be recovered from that positive case after 28 days of that reported positive. So it's basically the 2 cycles of the 14 days. So to be identified after recovery, it would be 28 days that you would not be showing any observable sign or symptom. And the overall Dubuque County statistics for today is, again, our total cases were 6,896. Out of that number, we have had 4,213 individuals that have recovered. So 61% of our Dubuque County residents have recovered. And again, Sam had the most up to date with our deaths. I believe I reported 67. But our current death rate is 69, and I should have shared that earlier. I apologize because I did know that. And the next slide, Sam. So what we did then was we took per zip code again and listed the total recovered cases compared to their positive cases as of today. So again, it's a snapshot. It probably has already changed as we've been going through the slide presentation. But if you look at the blue bar, that's the number that has totally recovered, looking at that 28-day time frame again. So we'll just pick Luxembourg at the top. They have had 12 identified positive cases, again, since March 1st or March 3rd. I don't even remember the exact date of our first positive. But out of those 12 individuals, 7 have hit that 28-day mark to be considered recovered. And then if you go down we can go down to the last one, Dubuque, Sageville. Again, with those total cases, they have had a total of 2,985 positive cases. And out of that number, 1,843 of those individuals have been identified as recovering, meeting that 28-day that 28-day time frame. And again, we will share this with all of our mayors and our city clerks, the Board of Health, the Board of Supervisors, another planning tool that individuals can examine more closely for the population that they're living with per zip code. We do know that the governor, through her press release last week, has stated that she believes that Iowans will continue to step up and wear masks and follow those social parameters of 6 feet or more with social gatherings and to limit the gatherings. And she is going to be starting an Iowa campaign, again, encouraging, not mandating, but encouraging Iowans to step up to the plate. And she believes that with the recommendations, if everyone does follow those mitigation strategies, that we should start to see a decrease in our numbers. So the next slide, please, Sam. Our current testing options, we have had 2 additional sites that have been added. We continue to have our 2 Test Iowa sites of Epic Health and Wellness and our Grand River Medical Group. But then our other free options that we have is the Harding Drug continues to do testing for us, and also our Hy-Vee. Our Hy-Vee has added 2 additional sites, and that being the Asbury Plaza on the Arterial, as well as the site on the Dodge Street. Now, we also continue to meet with our Test Iowa group sites, and they have been informing us still that the test sites are not scheduled to full capacity, which really is a plus for us because it does allow for timely testing for those who want or need a test. And the local healthcare provider clinics have reported to the incident management team that they do have adequate testing supplies and that they continue to be very busy testing those symptomatic, at risk, and those patients undergoing procedures, surgeries, or any admission to the hospital. So I truly believe that Dubuque County is very fortunate that we have as many testing options available that we do, because the ones that are listed on this slide are all free of charge, and you do not have to be showing symptoms. If you feel as though you have been in contact with someone but are showing no symptoms, you can go in and be tested. And we are hearing that the results are being returned as soon as 1 to 3 days. So again, that's positive for us. We wish it was immediate, but we're very happy with the results coming in right now. So then the next one, Sam. We did include some, again, sources and links that we feel are very valuable, or that contain very valuable information to the general public. And Sam always tries to share some of those links. And she does share those materials on our Facebook page and on our website, as does the city of Dubuque. And then Randy Gale, again, being our PIO, does include a lot of this in our daily reports as well. So then again, looking ahead, what else can we do? Again, the incident management team talks about this continuously when we do meet daily. We cannot stress enough for people to get vaccinated for the influenza season that is now upon us. The state of Iowa is still considered a low level as far as any influenza presence, but we know that that can change in a heartbeat as well. And we do know that we're going to be experiencing colder weather, even starting tomorrow, and that is going to be bringing a lot of our events and gatherings inside, and we can only encourage people to limit the number of those gatherings, not only for the COVID-19, but also for that influenza communicable disease that might be present in a room as well. And Sam continues to do the alternative celebrations as she did with Halloween. She now has one completed for Thanksgiving. And some of the examples are doing a virtual Thanksgiving dinner, have conversations with your family members, but stay in your own house. And again, those are on our Facebook as well as on our websites through the county as well as through the city. We continue to look at any way that we can provide messaging, knowing that, again, all of our education and our messaging is with recommendations for those mitigation strategies. We do know that we are experiencing pandemic fatigue. We are knowing that some of our residents, not only in Dubuque County, but throughout the state of Iowa, continue not to follow the recommendations. And we're trying every possible way to recommend, and we will not lower our guard on that, because we truly believe if people did follow these mitigation strategies, that our numbers indeed would decrease. We're also looking at one of our priorities right now, besides meeting with the hospitals, coming up with a surge plan, is looking at our distribution for our vaccine, which I've already shared. So again, we have a lot looking ahead, and our numbers continue to rise. But just know that the incident management team, again, which consists of Stacy Killian, Tom Berger, Mary Rose Corrigan, Samantha Clough, and we have also received additional help from the city with Tim Link and Sydney Mulkey, that we're trying everything that we possibly can to keep the residents of Dubuque County safe. So I might have Stacy give her report, and then Stacy and I can both address any questions.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Stacy.
Good morning.
So Patrice gave a lot of comprehensive information this morning, so I will keep mine brief and just give you some of the updates on the numbers that we're seeing here at VNA. So as Patrice mentioned, we currently have 5 long-term care outbreaks. We are following up daily with each of the 5 care facilities, and we're monitoring symptoms and the recovery process for all the residents and or staff, and then we're communicating that daily with Iowa Department of Public Health. We're continuing with our call center, and so far to date, we've had 28,674 calls in the community, and that seems to be pretty stable since this has all started in March. We just kind of increase each week. We are continuing to help schedule those that are in close contact of a positive case that need testing, and so far we've scheduled 330 individuals. We have been giving out thermometers since the very beginning, and we actually have given out all that we have, and we have more thermometers on order, but they are back ordered right now, so we're not sure when we will get more. But we've been trying to monitor that every few days, hoping to get those in as quick as possible. We've been giving those out mainly to those who are positive or those showing signs or symptoms or that may need to monitor them. As Patrice mentioned, we're continuing to work really closely with the schools to help provide contact tracing. We're still meeting with most of the schools each day and or communicating formally with them every day. And so far, since school has been in session, we've provided 1,595 contacts with families related to schools, whether it be those that are positive, in close contact, in quarantine, or needing self-monitor. So that has continued to keep us very, very busy. 14. And we just recently, a week ago, began doing the enhanced contact tracing. Mm-hmm. And within that last week, we have contacted 1,595 individuals.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So we're still averaging right around 2 to 3 contacts for every positive case. We are finding that most of the contacts are household, and that kind of goes in line with what we're seeing in the community, in that we are finding that more households, if there is one positive, it's more likely that you're going to see everyone in the household eventually be positive over the next few days. So it's kind of a trend that we have seen over the last few weeks, and that continues to hold true. As I mentioned last week at our last meeting, we still get a lot of resistance in the community for those wanting to give out information on their close contacts and or receive public health recommendations for quarantine and guidance. So we continue to proceed forward and give them the recommendations that we have. We are providing written information for those that we are not able to reach by phone. But again, we're still seeing a lot of, I think, best described as pandemic fatigue. There's a lot of negativity and a lot of anger in a lot of the residents in the community that don't understand why they would be exposed or in quarantine and or are actually positive. So I know we're not the only county that is seeing that, and it's just a battle that we're trying to fight each day and get this information out. So we've been staying extremely busy. As Patrice mentioned, we've had record highs over the last couple of days. And I believe today is going to be very similar, if not higher than yesterday. And so it's keeping us very busy, but we're managing okay in terms of keeping up with the numbers and getting this information out as quick as we can. So unless you have any questions, that is all I have.
And then I would like to thank Stacy very, very much. And again, thank you and all of your staff. I would like to address just the 3 comments that are in the chat, if you don't mind. The first that I'll address is that Diane Pate-Freiberger had said that there's changing in the schedule for the testing for the Test Iowa clinics this week because of Veterans Day. And that just a little blurb is on the COVID-19 in Iowa dashboard. But we have tried to get more of a formal announcement that we can share with the residents of the county on the holiday testing, because we do know that the hygienic lab is planning on being closed for some of the holiday itself. And we know that that is going to be affected as well with our Test Iowa sites. So please know that I have an email. I probably have 3 emails into the Iowa Department of Public Health right now, asking for what the actual correct information is to share with the public. And once we get that, I will have Randy put that in our daily update. And again, we will have that on our Facebook and our websites for the city as well as the county, and we will share it with our clerks and mayors so that they can share it with their residents as well. And then another question is regarding the 28-day recovery. The question was, does that mean the positive employees should not be reporting back to work as fast as they are? No. What that means is that Iowa Department of Public Health truly, well, not truly, believes that after the 28 days, if that person is symptom-free, then they are defined as being recovered. We still have to follow if a person is positive, which Stacy goes over with every single individual, that they must remain in isolation for the 10 days. And then if they have been identified as a close contact, they must remain quarantined for the 14 days. And that's basically considered our infectious time frame. The recovery time frame, we go another 14 days out just to make certain that no coughing or respiratory illness or whatever the case may be continues on after that. And if it does, it might be because of a sinus infection, or it might be with the influenza. So again, that's how Iowa Department of Public Health defines the 3 categories. If you're positive, you need to isolate for the 10 days. If you're a close contact, you need to quarantine for the 14. And then to be considered recovered, it must be that 28 time frame. And then also a good point from Chuck Eisenhart is that he states that since the governor is apparently stopping to promote voluntary mask use campaign, or pulling out, all stops to promote the voluntary mask use campaign, can the county and the city ask the state DOT to use their electronic road signs for this purpose? I think that's an excellent idea, and yes, we, the incident management team will follow up on that. That's excellent. So again, we're looking at what we can do to help promote in any means that we can. So now, both Stacy and I can open it up if there's any questions out there.
Patrice, Dave Baker, regarding Representative Eisenhart's point about the messaging on the highway signs, I would strongly suggest that you utilize County Engineer Bargett and City Engineer Schiesel because of the contacts they have developed with the Iowa Department of Transportation. I think it would help to perhaps to cut through the red tape. I understand that'll probably be a governor's decision, but I wouldn't hesitate to use their contact them to get the contact information for the IDOT.
We will do that. Thank you very much. That's an excellent idea. Thank you.
Good morning, Patrice and McDonough. I have a couple questions for you. I appreciate the information detail about the age groups. I'm wondering if you couldn't submit, I guess, request to you. It'd be nice to have a slide that shows how many cases are currently positive in each zip code you show us the reverse, which is how many have recovered. Could you just show us a slide of what we think the positivity rate is? Excuse me, not rate, but what are the positive cases by zip code? Show us what we're dealing with. Currently, that would be very helpful, I think, for us to know what the situation is before us. I had a question for you about, you talked about that we've been asked to start looking at surge plans for hospitals. I saw an email that Diane forwarded to me. You're not sending those directly to supervisors, but that we need to start planning for a field hospital. That discussion's beginning. Can you tell me what's an example of a patient who's less severe and would be treated in a field hospital as compared to the hospital?
Starting those discussions, Supervisor McDonough, but looking at someone who might be in the hospital for a fractured hand, that they're still receiving some physical therapy, but they're not recovered enough to be able to go home and manage their lifestyle. So it would be those less severe conditions.
What about a knee replacement?
Again, it would all depend on if we had, I don't know, 300, or I don't even know what the capacity of our hospitals are, but let's say that
that's
every
a really
bed,
good point, because nobody knows what the capacity is. That's a good point. Are you working on
if we had every bed filled with COVID patients, then if we did have to transfer some of those less severe COVID patients, again, we would rely heavily on our physicians and our medical care providers to designate who should go to that alternative site. Again, we're still looking at even our staffing issues that would be needed for those alternative hospital sites as well. So yes, please know that those discussions are occurring, but no, we do not have solidified answers at this time.
So when you say staffing shortages, we don't have enough nurses, right? We don't have enough nurses to do all the nursing care that's needed. Isn't that what you mean partially by staffing shortages?
Yeah, well, what we're finding, and it's not just with the nurses, but we're finding in all occupations that the employees themselves have identified as being positive or a close contact, or their family member has. So there's a lot of reasons that those shortages are occurring right now, but it's across the board. Well, not across the board. I don't know what the percentage would be, but it's not just the nurses, but the CNAs with, being out. But again, that doesn't mean that they're not back at work the 10 days later or the 14 days later, as well as there's possibly some contingency plans that the hospitals are working with their own base. The Mercy Ones are working with other Mercy Ones. Unity Points are working together, just as what our long-term care has done. They've gone to their home base, and if they need to have additional assistance, they work through that. But again, as I had said earlier, we are so fortunate that both of our hospitals are talking, that they have a good communication as well. And they truly, truly are focusing on the health of the patients.
Right. And how we handle the nursing shortage and the fatigue at Sunnycrest, and our Sunnycrest interim director will be here soon, is we just have mandatory overtime. So, we can shift people around, but at the end of the day, when you run out of hands, you run out of hands. And I know that elective surgeries are being foreclosed and running their schedules out. There's not enough capacity at the hospitals to handle those anymore due to surge beds and also due to nurses availability. Question to you about looking ahead. You showed us the slide, which I do appreciate, about the age group of people who are testing positive for COVID. I believe that slide is currently testing positive. Maybe that's cumulative. It's hard to know in some of the slide headings whether it's cumulative or current. So that does lend itself to a little bit of confusion. But pretty soon, all the college students here are basically going home. Everybody, I think, is going virtual for Thanksgiving and beyond. So the numbers of students specifically in 52001 zip code, I think, probably is going to come down till mid-January. But all of our nieces and our nephews and our college-age kids are coming home to us. So would you recommend that college students returning from universities anywhere get tested upon return to Dubuque, and certainly before they visit grandparents for Thanksgiving?
As far as a recommendation, I will just say a couple of things. Again, we're very fortunate to have as many test sites available that we do for Dubuque County. But again, knowing that if you go in and you're tested, that's only a snapshot. So if it comes back negative, you cannot let your guard down. You have to continue to follow those mitigation strategies, because you could go to a family gathering the next day, be exposed, and be positive. So as far as recommending everyone who is coming home to be tested, I cannot make that recommendation. But again, I can say we're fortunate that we have those available. But again, that's only a snapshot of when those people go in. Again, we cannot say loud enough to limit your gatherings, to wear a mask, to stay at home if you are ill, even though we know that many of our positive cases are asymptomatic, not showing any symptoms whatsoever. But they can still continue to follow those mitigation strategies of limiting their gathering and wear a mask.
Thanks, Patrice. I had opportunity last week and was very fortunate to have information and education and questions answered by an infectious disease expert here in Dubuque. And Ed Raver was with me on that call. And I learned something that I've been sharing, and something that I don't think we really say in a way that people understand. You say wash your hands. I say this is spreading rapidly by touching surfaces. Something that I thought had been discounted. This physician said, no, it's you can spread it by everybody touching the same serving spoon. If someone is ill in your household or ill at your family gathering, I use the example of my mother-in-law makes the most amazing pumpkin bars you're ever going to find. But when I'm together with her and we're all wearing our masks and sitting in corners and the windows are open, we're all using the same serving spatula. And then it never dawns on us that when we're in the arms of family, oh my goodness, have we just created a risk factor when we all think we're being so careful? So, wash your hands, wash your hands, wash your hands, but it's because it spreads so easily on surfaces. And I just thought that was brilliant. And then I would just do my last point before I close and express gratitude, of course, is that the Medical Associates has put out a phenomenal video on YouTube. And it is features Dr. Hendrik Schultz, he's an infectious disease expert and has done more for our community than probably anybody I can speak to in terms of giving us knowledge. He walks through holiday gatherings and what to do and what to think about. And I just recommend it to absolutely everyone. I don't know why that isn't already on everybody's website. I would like our county website to even just open with it. Happy holidays from Medical Associates. Here's how to stay safe. It's just, it's quite brilliant. And I wish we could make more videos like that of him actually giving some information, but also of other things to make information easier maybe for people to understand in everyday layman's terms. So I appreciate all you're doing. Stacy, at some point I'd like to have you give us a report about, you all are giving cumulative numbers, but it is difficult to determine how many phone calls did you get since we last met. So, I know you've had 28,000 calls. to date and you've dealt with that, but how many in the last week? You said it's consistently increasing. Do you need more staff? What can we do more for you?
Certainly, and I can make sure I include that. And we're doing well right at the moment. We've got our temporary positions getting ready to be posted. It's all sent up to be posted, and we're hoping that will help. And we've been able to train a lot of staff. Long term, I don't know that we would be able to manage at this capacity, but for the moment, we're doing okay. And we're still investigating different options of, I know we have an intern here that has been helping us out with a lot of the calls and looking in that realm too. But I can certainly give you the numbers weekly when I give the report so you can see where we're at and what's going on for the week.
Good. We have a question in chat as well. Who's tracking how many so-called long haulers that we have in the community, folks that didn't recover in 28 days? I mean, I understand that the methods that IDPH uses puts them in that category, but that they continue to experience moderate to maybe even tragically very severe symptoms. They might test negative, but they are not in any way totally recovered. Do you have any feel for that, Stacy?
I know we've been working pretty closely with the hospitals. So for those that are hospitalized that have the very severe symptoms and oftentimes are there a lot longer than even the 28 days, we've managed to be able to communicate that way. Those that are not hospitalized, we really don't unless, for example, if we call somebody and we note that their symptoms are severe, we don't typically do the follow-up calls, but we will if we feel that there might be a higher need there, and to make sure that they're able to get where they need and get the medical care they need. But we really haven't tracked number-wise, how many that is, or even looked at the data at that. We've just managed on a one-on-one basis to continue following up a little more, a little closer than what we normally would for those that we note have severe illness. And then we've always, when we're on the phone with them too, and we let them know if their symptoms become severe, to make sure that they have a plan and they know where to go for care, and then to call us back, and we'll continue to work with them. And so we haven't really gotten a lot of calls back that way. We've just, the ones that we've noted when we called, we'll call and just do a double check a few days later and a couple days later after that. So again, really no data, but we have just, whenever we've come across it, tried to follow up as best we could.
But how often are you even finding it? For instance, I'm just going to give you another example. So, neighbor to neighbor, people yelling, "Hey, have you had COVID yet?" Like it's the chicken pox or something, right? Like, "Hey, have you had the common flu?" I mean, I don't want to be in the "I've had the COVID" number. I don't want to be there. But if everyone's beginning to consider this just like, "Hey, did you get it? All right, high five, we're good and done." Somehow giving us some kind of information about the severity locally of what people are experiencing. Fortunately, they don't die. But what are we seeing in the community public health arena about people who just don't recover? If we could give us some narrative or some better information about that, it might make people really wonder if a 53-year-old retired teacher can languish that long with symptoms. It's really something to be worried about.
Sure. I definitely agree. I mean, I think at this point we need some way to reach the general community on the severeness of this and how it can really truly impact somebody.
Right.
And
yeah, so communication.
I'm sorry, I was just going to add, I do know that Randy Gale is working on some personal testimony stories as well, but I'm sorry I interrupted.
Well, and I know that, and I've reached out to a few people who contacted me. Nobody really wants to step forward. The community's too divided. They're suffering plenty. They don't want to add themselves and put themselves out to be, I guess maybe criticized or bring more attention. But you showed us a slide of the White House information and all their many recommendations. I think we're going to have a mass mandate this week countywide. I think that's going to happen. But I also think that we need to be, really examining all the other things they've asked us to do, which is communication pieces. We need to change up communication. There's just a litany of things set forth before us. And I know, Patrice, you can't do it by yourself, and Samantha is super awesome, but that's just you. So, I guess I'd like to hear you say what you need more help with. We've offered assistance with statisticians and analysts to help you better understand numbers. We can hire, any kind of, like the Board of Health already once did, we can hire additional marketing, advertising folks to help. So, we're waiting for you to ask for more because we know it's too big a task. And, we can hear the fatigue in both your voices too. So I, appreciate all that you're doing.
Patrice.
Thank you, Patrice and Stacy. Any other questions for Patrice or Stacy? Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, next up, we'll go to Tammy Freiberger for the Sunnycrest Administrator update. So we have our interim administrator, Tammy Freiberger.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Tammy.
Hi. So the update that I have for today, so our level 1 monitoring area for isolation, we have 1 resident yet. For our level 2, our symptomatic or awaiting confirmation of a positive test, we have 0. And in our level 3, our COVID area, we remain with 1 patient only. And that patient's stay ends on Wednesday. We have done testing this morning, and all residents were negative today. And we tested staff, about 55 staff so far. Obviously, testing continues. Today, all staff were negative. Last week, in comparison to last week, we did have 5 positive staff, which is definitely, I saw an uphill trend, which would compare with the Dubuque County numbers. Fortunately, we were able to identify them quickly, have them off work. If it kind of puts it into a little bit of perspective, we had 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 people off work last week. So whether that be that they had tested positive or that they had symptoms that we needed to have them off work until we awaited further follow-up testing to be able to confirm or alternate diagnosis prior to them even being able to come back to work. So we've been affected definitely staff-wise. We will continue testing again this afternoon and again tomorrow. And then obviously we have resident testing again on Thursday and staff testing Thursday and Friday as well.
It'll tell me anyway, right? Thank you, Sam.
I think that's kind of all that I have, unless you have any other questions.
Thank you, Tammy. I do appreciate getting your daily reports, even if I don't respond back to you.
Oh, wonderful. I didn't get any done on the weekend. I actually worked in the COVID unit over the weekend, which I actually find enjoyable, but, and may there be no more. As much as I love it, I don't want there to be any more. So yeah, but definitely, we need to definitely be on high alert and continue to be safe. So we're trying to be that here, and the cleaning practices and everything else that we're doing so much more of and taking the extra precautions. So
Tammy, how long have we been on outbreak status at Sunnycrest?
Our first case, I have to think back because I started working, our very first case that we had was on 9/6, I believe, is when I started working in the COVID unit. And then we had just been able to get out of it with resident wise. We had not had a resident case from October 2nd until November 2nd. And we get real close. We've not been out of the 28-day stage, but we get real close to being out of 14-day stages with our staff. And then it's like, we might make it a day and then we're back into it. But resident wise, we had none from October 2nd until this November 2nd. So, but yep, September.
So those no family visits are occurring and no one can
well,
come.
We actually are having outdoor. We are able to accommodate with outdoor visits. We have the social distancing. So we do have tables, we have plexiglass. We all have to wear masks, have to be at their distance. And so outside we are allowing some of them visits to occur.
Oh,
They
I
have
did
to
not
be-
know that. When did that begin and how is it going?
it's going really well. I mean, it's not the same as being able to hold your loved one's hand or give a hug or anything like that. But we have been able to do that. And then obviously regulations require us to support any compassionate care visits if we have anybody on hospice or anything like that. So like I said, it's not the same, but our families have thoroughly enjoyed even being able to sit across from a table or in a, in an outdoor area. We have a brand new area where we can support those visits. And we do them by appointments and only so many. And obviously the distance, we have a lot of rules to adhere to, but we also have to support our residents' emotional needs who are, their whole lives have changed. So.
Right. Good points about the emotional needs. I've heard that from the mayors on and on. No one's talking about the severe emotional toll that we're all experiencing.
Yep, and I would say that as well for the workers. I know you had mentioned that before, but there is a level of exhaustion, and we do have the mandatory overtime that we are doing here. But we also, kind of as a Sunnycrest community, you'll see a lot of people in different departments and managers. I mean, within every department and across departments that are supporting another department or working within their realm out of their department to support another department, because we never know which department may be affected at any given time. So I have to commend like all the staff at Sunnycrest Manor for everything that they have and continue to do.
Absolutely.
And all the other nursing homes as well. I know there's other nursing homes in outbreak status, and I know how I felt in the moment with our positive cases, so my heart definitely feels for them as well. And to support them in any way possible, we will look for ways to do that here at Sunnycrest as well, because we can all learn from one another. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Dave, we can't hear you. No.
Yeah, I can hear you, Supervisor McDonough, but I cannot hear Supervisor Baker, but I definitely can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Must have some gremlins in our system here at the courthouse. Okay, and some people sometimes would think that not being able to hear me is a good thing, but okay. Any other questions for Tammy Freiberger?
None from me.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
All right, next up on the agenda, testing update. I will throw that out there. I think there was some discussion in the previous reports from Patrice and Stacy. I guess, does anybody have anything to add under testing?
This is Ed Raber, Dave, Chair Baker. The only thing I'd add, just for some context, is that according to the state's coronavirus.iowa.gov dashboard, 40,000 people, just under 40,000 people, 40% of the population of Dubuque County have already been tested at least once. So we continue to penetrate to more and more people around the county that have done this. So many of them probably a number of times, but we don't know. That's just something I'd like to leave you with. And otherwise, I think that there was a lot of discussion. You can move on to the next thing.
Well, I just wanted to point out, again, we've added testing at Hy-Vee, and we have testing at Hardig's, and I guess I want to know, are those results reported to the state similar to the tests that are done through the Test Iowa sites at Grand River Medical and Epic Health and Wellness Center.
Yes, they're required by state law to do that. So all of the, if someone's giving a test, they all have to provide those in a timely manner to the state.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Supervisors Wickham or McDonough, any questions on testing? If not, we'll move to the Board of Health update. My understanding is that there is no official report for today's meeting from Chair Beshen. The Board of Health does have a meeting tonight, I believe at 6 o'clock. And we have our Vice Chair, Diane Pape Freiberger, is in this meeting, and I would certainly give Diane the opportunity to speak if she would like to do so.
Thank you, Chair
At
Baker. Yeah, I can speak briefly here. The public hearing is tonight at 6 p.m. via Zoom. And individuals from the public are invited to participate. If they go to comment at dubuquecounty.us, they can register to speak. They have to give their full name and address. And they can also send comments to that same link, comment at dubuquecounty.us. To get the Zoom link to participate and view the meeting, they can go to and it was already published in the newspapers, but they can go to either the Dubuque County Health Department's Facebook page or Dubuque County Health Department's webpage. And the link is there for them to click on so that they can watch. Thank you very much. I hope to see all of you tonight.
Thank you, Diane.
Are there any questions? Okay.
None for me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. All right. Updates from Dubuque County municipalities. We see any of our mayors or city council members on here? And if so, would they like to speak?
I did see Mayor Kennecker here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. And sometimes
I see Wayne Kennecker is on here. I don't know if we can unmute Mayor Kennecker. I'm not sure if he wants to speak or not, but give him the opportunity.
I certainly have things I'd like to share.
Okay, go ahead, Ann.
I have had contact with, I think, 15 of the mayors over the last 4 days. And as you know, I think there's been a leadership group, a coordinating group of mayors, and Mayor Kennecker is one of those that has worked for weeks. Actually, all the mayors and their city councils have been addressing this for months. And I think that there's a very strong consensus among the county mayors that we need to enact a county-wide mask mandate. That as they talk about it at their local level, they realize that it's just bigger than what they can do, and the cases are rising alarmingly fast. So they, I think, are looking for us now. It's not unanimous. It's not unanimous, but I do think that there's a strong consensus. And even mayors that really don't want this to happen, I don't think are going to stand and say it's wrong. But we need to take some action to get citizens to understand how truly serious this is, and that it's necessary to try to stem the spread, that we take a simple mitigation strategy, as much as it infringes upon what people want to do and make their own personal decision. It's best for our communities at the local smallest level, and then also at the county-wide level. The mayors did have opportunity, again, I think more of a small group, to meet with an infectious disease specialist. They were given probably 25 minutes of personalized information about conditions in Dubuque and generally with the disease. And then he graciously answered questions for well more than 30 minutes, specific to what their concerns were. And I think that that was helpful for mayors to really reevaluate what's happening in their communities, and also that masks are a mitigation tool. A mayor that I've become friends with has said, it might hurt, it might help, but I mean, he doesn't disagree that we need to move forward. So there are two provisions that I guess I'm sharing mostly with obviously my colleagues, but two provisions that they would like to see be added to the mandate as it appears on tonight's agenda, and I will be addressing it with the Board of Health as well. But one is they'd like to see a positivity rate indicator. So if we would be so successful as to reduce the 14-day IDPH positivity rate number down to 10%, that the mask mandate would go away. There would be a hard mandate through January 15th, getting us through the holidays, and then a 30-day period thereafter to take time to look to see what does it look like with positivity rate, immunization, is there a vaccine available? This disease changes so rapidly, they would prefer not to just be committed to ongoing commitment to a mask mandate. So Ed Raber's asking if I mean to say, is it a suspended mandate? I think the idea is that the mandate would end, but again, the mayors will probably speak tonight themselves to say that. If, honestly, if we get to, right now, I think positivity rate's 22.4%, something like that. If we get to 10% of positivity rate in our county, we're going to make national headlines. We know that, but we do have to have, I think, an indicator of where we want to go. And it should be in fairness and for every citizen to see. It should be in our resolution. So, I think they've done tremendously hard work in being committed to the discussion, and also all the other things that they are doing as citizen mayors in their communities. Is pretty outstanding, as I've gotten to know several of them much better. So anyway, I think, this physician was instrumental in making there be a time of real decision-making and thoughtfulness in their minds about information that they've not been presented with before, but also the alarming number of cases rising. Everyone is concerned about that and wanting to do what's best for the good of the county. So, and Wayne, if you got
Just a follow-up question, when you're done, let me know.
Yeah, sure, anytime. I don't know if Wayne wants to go ahead too. I'm finished.
Well, my big question, are you speaking for the elected officials of Dubuque County mayors? That's my first question, because it sounds like you were. And my second question would be in statement to elected officials, I'd love to hear from them. Yeah, and that's why we set this time about, not for the supervisors to speak for them. So I've been a mask advocate for quite a while, so I'm very happy to hear your comments that you're thinking that it's an important step, and you're at least through secondhand conversation discussing that the mayor is thinking. So those are all good things, but I'd like to hear from the mayors. I'd like to hear written from the mayors, because that's what they did last time to curtail our efforts. And if they are now advocates, I would love to hear that. That's very welcoming news. So appreciate you passing along that information.
And I guess what I have said to them is that I also have changed. And if they have something they want to, so as I formulate my own decision and in a vote that I think will be presented to us shortly, the opportunity to vote on a resolution. But I'm not speaking for them. I am just trying to reflect about what I have seen, and the idea that there's strong consensus. I mean, hey, there's 15 that I've engaged with. That's my opinion. And if they, wish to speak or counter that, they know these meetings are happening, and they know they'll be some action taken this week likely. I'd like to see us get some conversation about when we can next meet before Monday to maybe meet a publication deadline. If in fact the Board of Health proceeds, we might want to look at meeting again this week to take a vote as well for ourselves.
Okay, are there any mayors or city council folks from our communities, towns from Dubuque County that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward. We have an additional item under this meeting, discussion and recommendation for transition back to work from home model. And I pointed out that can be read 2 or 3 different ways. So I'm going to ask Dawn Sherman, our Human Resources Director, to interpret what's on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Baker. This was an item that was added at Supervisor McDonough's request as we continue to see increases in cases of our employees and to look at options like we had previously if we want to continue on with how we have current building access. It's just a general discussion regarding that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Supervisor McDonough.
No, that's correct. I mean, we're looking at mandating 100,000 people to wear a mask. I think it's time to reevaluate where we are as employers and as, providing essential services, yes, but other county offices, what's our status? While we had this meeting this morning, I know that I've received emails of confirmed cases in the county employee group of more people contracting COVID. And so, we need to have this discussion again amongst ourselves. I know I've asked Dawn to do some preliminary contact and Ed just kind of begin looking at what do we have, kind of getting our data points back together. I've asked Shane Bach, and I think Shane Bach said was going to be with us maybe, but just to start gathering those information points to see, it's expected that there's going to be, it's going to be a long winter, and we could maybe do our part to bring down community spread even inside the courthouse. And West Campus has been consulted as well. So I welcome this conversation. And Dawn, if you want to lead it, yes, at this point it's been my suggestion, but I'm open to hear everything.
So we have had department head meetings weekly, and we did have this as a discussion item. We continue to engage with the elected officials and department heads in helping them secure resources or look at alternative work options. And that we have had movement on that. Our county attorney's office has since then implemented remote working with much of their staff to reduce the traffic in their area. I've also worked with the treasurer to secure a location where we're able to have employees better social distance. And that was there in the courthouse because a lot of their activities, they're not able to work remotely with access to different systems with the DOT and such and printers. So we have been actively working with them if they're identifying any needs in their departments. We've been working with them on that. Many of the departments have reached out to me and have stated that they're able to accomplish social distancing in their areas. They've already secured those processes before with whether it be plexiglass or moving around desk. So they continue to monitor that, but they have been reaching out if they have any needs. Our IT department has several times reminded people that they are there to assist with any technology needs in deploying them, and that has worked very well as well.
Something we should be looking at is some mandatory mask mandate inside the courthouse for everyone at all times. Some of the ways people have configured their social distancing are suspect, in my opinion. They've maybe rearranged groups to other situations, but I don't know that there's any greater social distancing occurring. So it might take us pushing on department heads to look further than what we have right now. We do have spread in the courthouse, in many departments. I'm not saying it's active right now, but certainly we get notifications and we know it's been all around. So with just a few departments, I guess, to stand differently, but you know, what do we want to do? We know enough about this virus to know that it's easily spread. And if I'm voting for a mask mandate, then we need to up our conversation too. And so, Dawn, I know you've had preliminary conversations, but I'd like to challenge department heads to see if they've done adequate social distancing, and why cannot all employees wear a mask even at their desk? Chair Baker's got one on right now. I wear one whenever I'm in the courthouse, which isn't very often, true, but I don't know why we can't ask our employees to do that at this time.
At this point, we are in all of our communication with employees. We have communicated them that they are to wear a mask when they are in common areas of the building, elevators, hallways, restrooms, and also when they work closely with the public and other coworkers. So I know that if someone has their own office, such as myself, I do not wear one in my office unless somebody comes into my office, or if I go out and speak with my team out there. I know that continues to be a practice where if people are at their workstations and they're socially distanced, they are removing their mask, and we encourage them, and actually it's part of the policy is to wear those when they're working closely with others. And it's staying diligent on that practice as well.
Well, I'd be interested in hearing from our department heads and honestly from our employees. So perhaps you can facilitate that, back through another meeting.
I would include our elected officials. So I would
Absolutely.
echo, I'd be very interested in hearing department heads, the employees, and elected officials. The elected officials really run the courthouse. They're doing day-to-day operations. Obviously, no slight to other department heads and paid staff, but the elected officials are on the ballot, and they run the main operations of the courthouse. They need to tell us what they need.
And I think, Jay, we have the right to question them. If it doesn't meet our standard or what we think is best, we have the right to question them.
Yeah. Well, I know one who's already voiced his opinion, so hopefully the others can chime in.
I also extended an invitation out to Judge Schubad and members of the Clerk of Courts and Court Administration. I see several of them are on this work session as well. I just want to note that if they would like to participate.
I would be, this is Supervisor Baker. I guess we have to make sure that we have a clear message for our employees. Right now, that message under the mask of wellness and under the City of Dubuque mandate, which I'm not sure if the courthouse is covered under that or not, but if it does have, it contains stipulations regarding social distancing and mask wearing when around other employees. So I don't know if we're wanting to do more than that, or as we have talked, there have been some departments. I think there was, I'll just say some departments that maybe the leadership of the department wasn't enforcing the masks, and it was not an elected official. And that was noticed by one of our elected officials 10 days or 2 weeks ago and reported to the public. But So I think we have probably had some violations perhaps. But I think we've also have people following the rules, and people are, now we're saying we want them to do more. So we have to be clear as to what the protocols are, and so that the employees know what the rules are. And I think when this issue was raised, we had a meeting, and Dawn was investigating and talked to the affected departments. So if there's a specific proposal, and I think we should have that and look at it and discuss it. But right now, I think our rules comply with the city's mandate and with our Mask of Wellness initiative.
Well, it's a good time to check back, I guess is my point. Not everyone is comfortable with what's occurring in the courthouse, and not everyone is comfortable that they believe their jobs can be done remotely just as well as being back. We returned folks to work in the summertime, and now it's a new time is upon us. Cases are alarming, and we're looking at a positivity rate that gives me concern, and it causes me to change my thoughts and the way I interact with the community and how often I leave my house and what I do. It's all different, and it's going to be, I think, speaking for me, it's going to be worse. So by raising this, it gives opportunity for there to be discussion. It doesn't have to be discussion with me. It can be between the people who work in the building, who work in our enterprise in the county government, and who share courthouse space with us. Of course, what the court system needs and wants will be their determination, but it's appropriate to have this conversation happen again. And the reason I asked it to be an item is that I want everyone to know, my other co-supervisors to know, I think it's time to give our human resources person and Ed Raber, our interim director, opportunity to have this discussion with individual departments. I don't need across the board anything. I think I'd like every department to kind of be weighing in on their own, not with me, but with them.
Okay, thank you. Good discussion.
I know John Murphy has come to video. Is there something you wanted to say, Recorder Murphy?
I just want to note that yes, well, we've had positive tests throughout the building, and there's certain departments now that have well in excess of half their staff that have tested positive in at least a couple of areas. It's essentially, I think, throughout most of the building now. Knock on wood, luckily, we have not had a positive test in my department. We do require our staff to wear masks at all times when in the county facilities, unless they're in the process of eating or drinking. With exception of that, we're always wearing masks, regardless of where we're at. I've been in two different departments today where there's direct public interactions without county employees wearing masks. That was today. I didn't do that intentionally. Got a call from a citizen to help them get something. I did that. So I'm just throwing it out there. So it's something that the board's aware of. I mean, I've kind of had these conversations previously. I've been vocal, obviously. I think I fully support, it sounds like the potential move to a county-wide mask mandate, but also I think it makes a lot of sense that we require everybody in the building to wear masks with exception of, literally when they're eating and drinking. So if they're taking a break, they can take it off, have their lunch, obviously in hopefully an appropriate area, and then proceed out of the building or proceed to put it back on when they're interacting, especially with the public. But that's in multiple departments that's an issue that we still have. I was hoping that the communication I had here a couple of weeks ago was going to help move the needle. I don't necessarily think I've seen that, but at least I can say that we've watched, I was able to notify the public that there's an issue in the building, that should be something they consider as they determine whether or not they need to be in this building. So it's something that in my department, we will continue to wear masks for the foreseeable future at all times when we're in the county building. And I would suggest that we adopt that countywide.
Thanks for your input, Recorder Murphy. Any other comments under this item? All right. Thank you. All right, we are running a bit behind. Our next agenda item is a work session with the Conservation Director to discuss Park Master Plan. I would ask my counterparts if they want to jump right into that or if they need a brief recess.
I would propose that we recess for 5 minutes. We have staff in the courthouse sitting there, I'm sure, Ms. Hobble. So nothing wrong with taking a 5-minute recess. Move to do so.
I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. Take a brief recess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We're in recess. you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Brian,
Okay.
Oh.
We will convene the work session with our Conservation Director, Brian Preston, to discuss the Park Master Plan. So Brian, without further ado, I'm going to send it over to you.
Alrighty. First off, thanks for the opportunity to give you a little update on where we're sitting with our Dubuque County Conservation Comprehensive Parks, Trails, and Open Spaces Plan. Ryan Peterson with RDG is on as well, and he'll be speaking next. But I want to thank the members of the Board of Supervisors, because without your support, this project wouldn't have gotten underway. It's been a long time coming. I know we had some really old master plans from back maybe before I was even born. And I knew it was a priority for the Conservation Department when I came on as director back in 2007, and for a variety of reasons it got shuffled down. But we're really excited to be where we're at today. It started off in the fall of 2018 with some strategic planning, and I know all three of the supervisors were involved in that and gave us the the mission, the vision, and the guiding principles to go forward with the rest of the master plan. Unfortunately, COVID has thrown kind of a wrinkle in the public input portion of the master planning. But we did get some online input. We did early on, and the draft stages got a lot of input from public events where we went all over the county to get feedback. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ryan. He's going to share his screen, go over some things, and hopefully we'll make up a little time for you. We'll leave some time at the end for questions if you have any. And thanks again.
hey, Brian, we
Hey,
don't need to make up time. We've had a work session cancel. So
Okay.
please, let's give this if we've waited this many years for it, let's give it its time. That would be my opinion.
Sounds great.
Yeah, Brian, thank you, Ann, for jumping in there. I was going to inform Brian and Ryan that we had a cancellation of our 12:30 p.m. Work session. It's been postponed till next week. So no hurry. Let's give us the full Monty.
Alrighty. And I really want to thank too, along with the Board of Supervisors, RDG, and especially Ryan Peterson. Ryan's been our, the driver behind this and has done a great job, and we're really excited. I had the opportunity to work this weekend. Our parks were really busy. And last night I was in registering campers at Swiss Valley, and one of the campers was from Cedar Rapids, and he came up, camped overnight, and was going to take part in some of our mountain bike trails today. And we got talking about our comprehensive plan and some of the things I pointed out to him, specifically the bike-in campsites along Heritage Trail that we're going to implement very soon. And they're extremely excited. So it's really been encouraging the public feedback we've got on the plan and how excited people are about moving forward with the plan. So with that, I'll let Ryan go.
Well, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Little faint.
We could be a little louder, Ryan, if you can get closer to your mic.
How about that? Is that any better?
A little.
A little better?
Otherwise, we can increase the volume in our room here. I don't know how others who are working remotely, if they can hear you, Ann or Jay.
Well, it's faint.
Move forward, but you're a little light. You're a little faint.
Can't hear you at all now.
Is now any better?
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much better? Okay. Well, we'll try again here. So, good afternoon, everyone. Supervisor McDonough, Wickham, and Chair Baker, and thank you, Brian, for the introduction. It's been a great pleasure working with this group and the County Conservation Department over the past about 2 years now, from the initial strategic plan all the way through getting public input and developing the park plans to what we hope will ultimately be adoption here in the next couple weeks. And so I'll share my screen, or actually looks like I am. Hopefully everybody can see the PowerPoint here. So quick agenda. Brian shared a little bit of the background and what we've done so far. We'll walk through some of the master plan highlights, talk about some of the feedback we've received through the next public input, the second public input campaign that we've recently wrapped up, and then talk a little bit about next steps. As you know, your new website currently houses or is home to the current Comprehensive Parks Master Plan. So if you go to Conservation's website, you can find the documents that we'll be sharing today on there. So just a quick reminder about that. And so what I'd like to do is walk through where we've been over the last like I said, about 18 months in terms of planning for the Comprehensive Parks Plan here. So our mission is a network of high quality parks, habitats, trails, and waters supported by communities passionate about nature. And the vision is to engage the community's stewardship and enjoyment of its natural resources. This mission and this vision were developed through public input that was both in person back when that was a thing, and then through meetings with individuals, and then ultimately through a workshop where we invited 60 conservation experts together and community leaders to help guide this and refine this. We then worked with a steering committee, which was made up of individuals from around Dubuque County who represent both the public and private sectors, the tourism industry, and education, to guide us as we took the mission and vision and applied that through to the park system. So this kind of infographic here summarizes the work to date, excluding the public input that we have just recently wrapped up. And so we will update this to include that. But I'm now proud to say that we've had over 700 people that have completed a survey, which has guided many of the decisions. We've had more than 11 public meetings, like I said, quite a few interviews. And then as far as our reach through both online and through the Telegraph Herald, it's pretty significant. And so we're very grateful that it's clear we've got a very engaged community that is very passionate about the parks that are offered here in Dubuque County. That's a little bit about the background. As we went through the process, excuse me here while I go to the next page. As we went through the master planning process, we developed the report and broke it down into the public engagement. We look backwards to see where the county has been, what the identity is, and then what it should look like in the future in terms of its conservation department. We also wanted to make sure that we weren't planning in a silo, and so we've referenced many of the past plans that have been completed for the parks and the community. We took a look at the natural resources. We wanted to make sure that this plan was guided by the environment. We talked a little bit about who was here first and an acknowledgement of the history and the culture. Public health has been a part of the plan and has uniquely shaped the plan as it was started pre-COVID and now with COVID. And then we go into the strategic direction that impacts all of the decisions as it relates to each of the specific park plans. From there, we go into priorities and costs. We talked about some operations and maintenance recommendations. And then finally, we did a market analysis to understand what the economic benefits would be of this plan. And so what I'm sharing with you here is a very high level summary of that. And from there, we can hopefully jump into questions that you might have. So early on, one of the things we did was immerse ourselves within Dubuque County to understand the character of the landscape. For those of us who live here, it's very clear. The Driftless region is very unique, and it's a very unique part of Iowa. And it definitely is a defining characteristic of the county. And so the rivers, the stone, the outcroppings, the bluffs, all of that started to impact the way that we communicate and talk about Dubuque County conservation. And so as part of this effort, inspired by the natural landscape, we wanted to evaluate the county's brand. And this is where it has been and what is being proposed today. Ultimately, within this master plan, you'll see a number of opportunities in which this brand can be shared, whether it be by print, on the website, on a vehicle, or a sign. Ultimately, the goal here is to make it clear to people that they are entering a county park, and that we are very proud of the landscape that defines Dubuque County. And these are some of the ways in which we have proposed to communicate about that. The second key item I'd like to share with you a little bit was mentioned is planning for this project took place through both the public input, but also there have been many past plans that have had public input as well. And so these plans are summarized within the document, but we wanted to take a look at ultimately what people believe or what they like the most, and then what people believe is missing. And so we went through a number of reports and plans. One of those that came to the surface was our work with Greater Dubuque Development, and Greater Dubuque hosts what's called Distinctively Dubuque opportunities for newcomers to the area to learn about Dubuque County. And so through their input, what we've learned is that what people like the most about Dubuque County is its parks, trails, the hiking opportunities, the nature. But some of them have said that bike trails and services are among one of the things that's missing, and something that they miss from their past communities. And so as we look at our overall county population pyramid here, you can see that there's kind of this missing middle where we have fewer residents that are of the age between 40 and 50. Or I would say even 35 to 55, kind of what makes up this gap here. And so that was something that was important as we tried to look holistically at how this plan can benefit the community as a whole. Other plans that were worked into this was looking at some of the market research that Iowa Economic Development has completed. We've taken a look at the Grantwood Loop Master Plan, which was done about 3 years ago for Jones, Jackson, and Dubuque County. And so this is in an effort to make the Northeast Iowa or Eastern Iowa region more attractive for people to visit, but then for people also to live here. Catfish Creek Watershed Management Plan guided us as part of the environmental efforts. And so we've taken their recommendations and have folded them into this plan so that when we are talking about parks, we're also thinking about watersheds. And then cycling, since this project did address the Heritage Trail, was something that we wanted to learn more about, and how both locally and nationally cycling trends are impacting how cities and counties are developing. And then we also took a look at some of the impacts from the past planning efforts of the Heritage Trail, what's been implemented, the community health needs assessment, and then some other publications. So that information was used as part of the planning process to ultimately guide some of the recommendations. And it should be worth noting that many of those plans had a significant amount of public input as well. From a natural resource standpoint, we did take a look and build several what we call suitability models. And these suitability models emphasize preservation of the natural areas that are most critical for habitats, for protecting the floodplain, and for protecting our water resources. What you see here on a screen is an example of how this can be used. In the bottom picture here, you see kind of the outlines of Swiss Valley Park. For those of you who have been here know that this 400+ acre preserve is found along the headwaters of Catfish Creek, and it serves a vital role in protecting the driftless landscape in terms of karst topography, which is shallow depressions that lead directly to bedrock, which ultimately helps make sure that the waters that are coming out of our springs are kept cool to provide for thriving trout streams, which is something that's critical from an economic perspective, since Catfish Creek is actually the #4 trout fishery in the state of Iowa. But using this information, we're able to help selectively identify areas within the county that are of the greatest need of protection. Similarly, we took a look at And what you have here, I should explain, is on the left is kind of a summary map overview of the work we've done and how it was mapped using geographic information systems. And then we give an example of why is this relevant specific to a county park. And so you can see how these two exhibits are used together. Karst depressions, for those of you who have been to Bankston Park or have not, it's a wonderful preserve, but you can see here all of these circles are actually the depressions that I was speaking about. There also are some out at Swiss Valley. But this creates a microclimate on these north-facing slopes that is home to some threatened and endangered snails, and also, as mentioned earlier, helps to keep the trout streams and the water within the trout streams cool so that we can continue to have self-sustaining populations of native trout. So there's much more in the natural resources chapter, but the point being is that it has guided our recommendations as far as protection and keeping the landscape preserved for future generations to come. Public health, initially when we started this, was focused more on the physical well-being and access to parks and trails and the benefits of having individuals be able to immerse themselves within the landscape. But as we started to put this plan together and with COVID coming on, I would say probably as we are writing the report or wrapping up the work effort earlier this past spring, it became clear that access to the park system and how we develop is something that's very critical. So those people that are within their homes want to get outside, having greater access by trail or through their neighborhoods or rural developments was something that is key. And so just one example here, we took a look at, and this is just a typical yield plan for development. But as we think about the development within the county and the communities, whether it be within a jurisdiction of a city or within rural county areas, having developments that typically will look like this, where you have a yield plan, but trying to shift it so that it looks a bit more like this, where we can have preservation of natural areas and connections to these greenways and streams. You still are able to get the same amount of lots and the same economic return. However, it is much more conducive to physical well-being and social well-being and ultimately mental health as well for when those people are able to immerse themselves in the landscape. As we went through those key chapters that informed the master plan, we come to this chapter, which is the strategic direction. Here it comes down to, and this strategic direction is the result of the development of the mission, the vision, and the goals. But it really comes down to four key words: recreation, protection, education, and sharing. We kept hearing that over and over and over again. And so within this chapter, we break it down and identify how, from a recreation standpoint, the strategic actions that can be taken across the entire county to help meet this objective. We talk a little bit about some of the top project ideas and how they relate to recreation, considerations for operations and policy, and then ultimately metrics for success, so that long-term you're able to determine if the county conservation department is able to determine if it's been successful or if it needs to rethink in terms of where it goes in the future. And so we did that for recreation, protection, education, and sharing. And I won't go through all of those, but this chapter here ultimately leads you into the next chapter, which is the Parks, Trails, and Open Spaces Master Plan. As part of our scope of work, we were to focus on 3 key parks within the county, take a deeper dive there. And that was Swiss Valley, the Swiss Valley Complex, we'll call it, the Park and Preserve. And then secondly, the Heritage Trail, and then lastly, Whitewater Canyon. We did also visit and identify at a very high level improvements that should take place at all of the other parks. And so this page here provides a high level summary. And then we also took a look at creating critical connections, whether it be by water for water trails or by on land using recreational trails to connect in and around the communities. And so some of the highlights I'll jump to here. Heritage Trail, we are proposing as part of this plan, which this plan is a plan for people of all ages and all abilities, paving of the Heritage Trail. Through our public input that was provided to us, more people would like to see the trail paved than not. And so we were able to get good direction there. There were still a number of people that were needed more information. And so, but ultimately to meet our vision of creating a trail system that is for people of all ages and all abilities, to reduce maintenance and to increase accessibility, we are recommending that paving of the trail take place. You can see that we are proposing a hybrid model, which shows a center 10-foot wide paved recreational portion with a 3-foot crush line shoulder on each side. During the public input period, we heard specifically from runners, cross-country runners that prefer to run on crushed lime. And in many circumstances, we are able to accommodate this trail section here that would allow those who prefer to run on crushed lime that ability to do so. And so that's just an example of how the public input has tried to find a compromise for all of the individuals that find that Heritage Trail to be one of their favorites. From Swiss Valley, we'll talk a little bit. We are showing on this exhibit here, if I zoom in, this is the preserve up here and then the park down here. As part of our overall recommendations, we see that there is a segment in the middle that is missing. And so as part of this, we are recommending that an acquisition of this area or connection of this area by trail be a critical piece, should the property owner be willing. And then you'll see here on the next slides, let me get there. We are proposing a renovation of the Nature Center. And this has to do, if we go back to one of the strategic themes of education, Swiss Valley and the Nature Center is home to right now the headquarters for Dubuque County Conservation. And it's also the portal into the county park system for many people that have not experienced the parklands. This is oftentimes the very first place they come. And then through the partnerships with the county school system, this is oftentimes where many school students come. And so as we started to look at this, we're proposing a realignment of the entry drive coming in. And then rather than currently right now going in front of the Nature Center, we did take a look at how we can actually get the road to go around the backside into a parking lot here that allows for school buses to come in and come out. And it also removes conflicts where there's potentially pedestrians coming and going out in front of the current Nature Center. And so we think that from a safety standpoint and from a practicality of educating and getting school buses in and out, this is a welcome improvement. Now, I would say that this is a conceptual design that has been evaluated according to topography, and so it's definitely doable, but it's not something that you can just go build right now. There is some more additional work that would need to take place in preliminary or final design. As part of this assessment, we also took a look at the building and where a potential addition would go. We're showing about a 3,000 square foot addition right here. And then this events terrace here that would allow for opportunities for education or stargazing and taking advantage of this magnificent view up the valley. And then also for having community-wide events, something that could take place out here once hopefully COVID subsides here as soon as we can. But then that also provides opportunities for storage below, so those people that are renting equipment can come here and pick that up as well. And so long term, we see this continuing to be the portal into Dubuque County Conservation and the home for future generations where they want to come and check out what the county's preserve has. And this is a view a rendering that shows how the building would be redesigned, some elevations and some sections. And I also mentioned earlier having this connection from the Nature Center up to the park. And you can see we're showing a red line that takes us up here to Swiss Valley Campground. And we did receive in the most recent round of comments that people really like this idea of being able to camp here where maybe there's a bit more activity and a bit more energy within these areas, but then being able to walk all the way back up to the preserve and be able to escape. And so I think generally speaking, we've heard nothing but positive comments about providing a connection between these two. One of the other projects that we've noted is there is currently a very large eroding bluff that's about 40 feet tall. It's about 100 feet long. Stabilizing that and then restoring segments of this stream here is a top project that you'll notice in the back of the document. Has been identified as something that should be addressed sooner than later. And here's an image of what that looks like or could look like. And then Whitewater Canyon was the third park that we took a deep dive in, having been out there this past weekend. Know that it is very well used, especially during the day and age of COVID. The parking lot was full, and many people were out enjoying the caves and walking through the Valley of 13 caves down in this area here. And ultimately, our vision here is primarily based around protection and not wanting to destroy the natural beauty through overdevelopment. So really, in terms of our strategic direction of protect, this park here really fits the bill for that, as do many of the other parks. One of the other things that we've heard a lot of positive feedback around is this idea of tent platforms, and we've proposed those along the Heritage Trail at Twin Springs. And I know, Brian, you've heard many people speak about those. And so those are one of the top projects that we are recommending. And if I jump back to that, I can share with you a quick illustration of what we mean there. Just give me one moment here while it loads. So at Twin Springs, this is Asbury Road right here, and the Heritage Trail right here. The county owns some property that was a former rail spur over here. And then right down here where many people park, we're proposing these tent camping platforms. It's basically a 12-footer by 12-foot platform that's built 8 to 18 inches off the ground and allows a dry area to place your tent. But the idea of being able to bike in and camp and overlook the valley is something that many cyclists are very excited about. And it's another opportunity to get people to come to Dubuque County and spend time here and stay here for the weekend. And so as we talk about as we talk about the top projects, I just wanted to note that as we jump here to that page, back to that page. So we did prioritize the proposed improvements, and there were a lot. In the next 5 years, 10 to 15 years, or 15 to 20 years, this is a 20-year vision. And so we recognize that what we're proposing here is going to take some time. It's going to take resources. And in all likelihood, you're going to need to revisit this in 5 years or so to update it, to see what you've done and what is left to do. And as we know that there are influencing events, COVID being one of them, that will likely change the direction and the priorities within this plan. And so we'd like to think that this is a living document that can help guide the Conservation Department for years to come, but do recognize that it must be fluid in order to be successful. Some of the top projects, stream play or restoration at Swiss Valley Park, we mentioned that. Interstate power, the preserve out there, there are right now parking is a challenge, and the success of the mountain bike course has been very high, and people are driving up to an hour and a half, 2 hours just to use the county's mountain biking courses, which is something that I'm not sure most people realize when we decided to implement that a couple years ago, but it's been in large part a great success, and just wanted to make sure that is noted. We talked about the 10 platforms at Swiss Valley and Heritage Trail, paving the Heritage Trail, looking at cabins out at New Wine Park, and then doing some improvements to Finley's Landing along the entry drive and constructing a bridge there, and then looking at fulfilling the obligations related to the proving grounds when that property was donated by John Deere. The Southwest Arterial Trail is something that is kind of a low-hanging fruit item that would allow us to develop the trail system around the city of Dubuque. And then lastly, the Little Macokota Greenway, which in collaboration with the conservationists within the county, we see great potential here from a water quality improvement and or flood reduction as we look at the north end of town. In all, the 20-year plan identifies just north of about $66 million worth of improvements. That's a big number, but this is a 20-year plan. And when you look at that from an annual standpoint, it's about 3.3 million annually. And of that, about 40% of the projects are, or I should say, about 30% of the projects are deferred maintenance, are items that need to be updated in order to come up to code or in order to be fixed. And so of that, about 45 million are new improvements. When we break it down in terms of who's paying for what, and this is all proposed, we do see here that not every improvement should be paid for by the county. And so I want to make that clear that while the plan might show improvements that are within the county, some of them can be funded through state funding. Some of them could be in partnership with the city. Some of them could be funded through private sector opportunities for sponsoring and through donations, and then ultimately through the county as well. And then lastly, grants can be used through to offset this, which could be achieved through the state and or federal. We recently had this past summer, the Land and Water Conservation Fund. There was a double down there, which is a big success for funding projects like this. And so all in all, at $3.3 million per year, we recognize that that is stretching the budget a bit based on what is currently being done. But we are looking ahead to try to meet the vision. And we don't see the taxpayer locally footing that bill entirely. We believe that, you know, if we can get to about 50% of that and then match it through 50% through other means, that's how we can get it. So if the county can be at about 1.5 or 1.6 in terms of its appropriations for capital improvements, we think that that is doable. Will take some work, and we recognize that, but this is a living document and we need to start somewhere. Lastly, if I go back to some of the key highlights here, we did take a look at the market and how this impacts bringing people to the community to spend money for the day or for a weekend. And when we look at the day trip market, that's this graphic up here. So you're going just south of Macokota, kind of almost to Cedar Rapids up north of Guttenberg. That's about a 1-hour trip that people will make to come here. We're starting to see actually the mountain biking proving grounds and interstate power draw beyond that. People are driving for more than 1 hour or so to get here, coming from Cedar Rapids, as kind of Brian already mentioned. And that was certainly for an overnight trip, I guess, is if they're camping. However, the improvements that you've been making and are making are certainly having an impact. When we look at what the system-wide impacts are, we took a look at how the proposed improvements would impact spending within Swiss Valley, due to Whitewater, and then also the Heritage Trail. And when we think through, the impact of paving the trail, there's obviously an upfront cost to that, but there's also a savings in terms of annual maintenance, and then an increase in use. Right now in the shoulder seasons, once the snowmobilers are done using the trail, you really can't ride your bike on it because it's very soft, and that happens after it rains. And so we are trying to make sure that we can use the trail for an additional 2 to 3 months of the year, especially in the springtime, right after the snow melts, and in this time of year when you start to have a little bit of frost action that doesn't make using the trail all that too enjoyable, and nor should it be when ruts are being left. But all in all, you'll see that when the overall changes are made, there'd be a total increase in about just under 4 million. And these are conservative estimates. I think sometimes we can get a little overboard with what our projections are. And so we're looking at effectively about you know, a $4 million change to the county based on spending from a hospitality standpoint due to the Heritage Trail alone. I can't underscore the benefit that paved trails have on community. If you've ever seen a high trestle trail in central Iowa, if you've been to up to Houston County, Minnesota, along the Root River Valley Trail, we did look at those case studies to kind of benchmark how those benefited those communities. And I can tell you that this number here would be very conservative if you were to look at what they're realizing up there. And then lastly, I wanted to share with you just the feedback we've received based on what I've just shared with you, this draft, final draft plan. And then we'll stop and go from there. So in 2019, about a year ago, we did a survey when we did the in-person and online public engagement. And then just this past October, we did another survey to provide confirmation. So 2019, that was about informing us and telling us what we should do. And then 2020 is telling us about, did we listen? Did we get it right? Are we going down the right path? So two different requests, but we did ask some questions that were the same because we wanted to see how COVID may have impacted the park usage, which ultimately impacts you know, how our resources are spent and where they're spent. One of the things you'll see here as it relates to the frequency of use. So if we look at 2019 and then now 2020, when we first did the survey, we had quite a few more people that were actually using the parks only 1 to 2 times a year. And you can see that that number has actually gone down in 2020. And those people are actually using the parks quite a bit more. You can see that 1 to 2 days a month and 3 to 4 days a year, and then 1 to 2 days a week have grown. And now these are not percentages. These are relative to the number of survey participants, because we had 500 plus in 2019 and about 200 plus in 2020. But you can definitely see some trends here in increased frequency of use, if nothing else. And that is due, we believe, to COVID altogether. When we asked people to rank their priorities, again, in 2019, we asked people to weigh in on these categories right here. So park infrastructure enhancements, that could be pavilions at bridges, playgrounds, versus trail improvements and or connections, improving water quality, protecting the floodplain or reducing flooding, habitat preservation and restoration, hunting and fishing land access, and then land protection and acquisition of sensitive natural areas. Those are the 7 that we asked them to rank in terms of their priorities. And you can see that generally speaking, in 2019, trails ranked up there quite high. And again, it's actually grown a little bit in 2020. So trails are something that the public is demanding more of. They're using them more, and they'd like to see greater connectivity. You can also see a slight change here in terms of its ranking in terms of habitat. That has actually gone up. So what we're hearing is that people want more areas that are preserved. So we have this tightrope to walk between recreation and preservation. And this plan tries to walk that fine line, but that's something that we'll need to continue to do as projects are move forward into the built status, so to speak. As we looked at, I already mentioned that one of the other questions we asked was last year in that survey, 500 people said trail improvements and connections were the most valued needed. We gave people an opportunity to give us more clarity on that because we heard that, you know, we don't like the trail paved. We do want trails paved. We like trails, but we only want mountain biking trails. And so we asked people to pick 3 options in terms of trails. That could be any type, and you can see the categories here that we had. We also had, you know, other if they wanted, but we're actually seeing more soft trails. So those are the types of trails that you'd see at Whitewater Canyon, at Swiss Valley. People want more soft trails. We also are seeing gravel trails, improved trails just in general, paved trails as kind of being in that middle tier, paving county road shoulders, adding water trails, protected bike lanes within cities. People really want to see that. And then mountain biking trails and on-street bike routes actually scored a little bit lower on the prioritization. But again, this is not necessarily because people don't want mountain biking trails, but the public overall is prioritizing these areas in terms of prioritization. And then we ask them what kind of a cyclist they are. Many people, they have no interest in riding a bike. They're not going to ride no matter what. We ask people if they were interested in starting, which is, this group here is our target audience for increasing ridership in terms of cycling facilities. And you can see that that's generally speaking where most people found themselves. We did have quite a few that are a strong rider and others that I don't have the specifics on right now, but we're looking at trying to find ways in which we can increase trail usage or get more people on their bike to be healthier, to be more active, and use the parks more. And then lastly, or I guess second to last here, we asked people if they were supportive of expanding and growing the park system to improve accessibility. Improve accessibility could be connecting it to their neighborhoods. If they're close to a city, improve accessibility could be through the development of trailheads and or parking infrastructure. But removing barriers that make it difficult to use parks, that's what we were, and ultimately more people, you can see clearly that people are very excited about the opportunity to expand the park system to improve accessibility. And then expanding the park system to include new properties. Is the public supportive of expanding the park system, which could potentially include acquisition should there be a willing seller or willing donor? And you can see ultimately people very clearly are very supportive of that. And so I guess with that, I'd be happy to stop there, and we can talk about, I guess, next steps here after any questions that you might have. And I'll stop sharing and I guess I'll put myself on mute and look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Any questions for Ryan or Brian? I had, Brian, I had one, and maybe Ryan is familiar, maybe isn't. As far as with Heritage Trail, public-private partnerships, and the one that comes to mind that I think has been bandied about for a while is Sundown Mountain, having some access, for summer visits from bicyclists and walkers and joggers. Obviously some logistics issues, but I'm not talking necessarily specifically about that one, but was there discussion through this process about public and private partnerships?
Absolutely. And that project in specific, or in particular, we have had some conversation, and I will continue that dialogue. It's a challenging prospect, but I think it does have a lot of potential, especially for the tourism aspect. So we plan on continuing to pursue that route.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ryan or Brian? Thank you both. Great report, great presentation, Ryan. And I see you, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was hoping maybe other people would jump in as well, but a couple questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. I've been anticipating this and I think it didn't disappoint. So thank you. That's wonderful. Brian, I'm sending you an email just asking for some phone numbers for folks that I would like to talk to about the project that, aren't here today, that might have some other understanding of and excitement about it as well, to reconnect with those folks. But, you talked about a $3.3 million annual cost just to get to the amount of need that we need to address. that's additional money, correct? I mean, that isn't your, that's not 3.3, including your current budget, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. But one of the things I think we need to focus on is this plan really gives us the ability to go out and fundraise, whether through grants or donations. And I think we can really capitalize on those, and it'll give us a leg up to have this plan. We've been very successful in grant applications, but having this long range vision, the plan, really gives us a leg up on grant applications. There's so many dollars out there that I think we'll be able to pursue.
Yeah, I really look forward to being many years down the road on this, because the lift to get this going is going to be tough, not undoable, but it's going to have to be manageable, and that's, you know, that's just the reality. But I want to ask you, Brian, one of the other components of your budget is that this is going to require additional staffing. You can't do all of this without putting other things in your budget as we go along. So I just want to be realistic about that and say that it's, you know, there's the project dollars and the capital improvement dollars, but there's also going to be, you're going to need an enhanced budget to get the work done. If we prioritize the money and the spending, then you're going to need to also have people to do the work, contracting out everything that we can, which I know you do some of that right now. But I also wanted to, you know, I think I have some experience in nonprofits and in a perspective of folks that might fund things and do some gifting. But the Friends of Dubuque County Conservation, to take on this kind of aggressive planning that's long needed, I would want those folks to be at the table as well, because there is a very heavy lift of a 501c3 component that's going to need to do some aggressive grant writing, and that requires even more reporting back. You know, Brian, you and I have talked about that, you know, about all the reporting back for any funding stream that there is. So I would really want to see those folks be here as we take this piece by piece, so we have a realistic look at what really what they're capable of doing, and they're probably going to need some help there too. So I think a county-wide grant writer is a long way away, but it's not something we can't, again, contract for and you know, buy per project. We just don't have maybe a big history of that. So you know, I think in response to the cycling, Ryan, I would say, you know, you cannot make enough mountain bike trails for mountain bikers. You just can't. The folks that I have met, they want to do them all, and their videos terrify me. I don't have any idea how many waivers folks sign when they go to the proving grounds, but I mean, when they're putting things on YouTube and they're saying things, you know, that are like, wow, you better, whoa, is that really, am I going to fall off the cliff? I mean, it's pretty crazy cycling. So I won't be doing that. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody, but I think it's wonderful that we have people and we're attracting people to the community. At a much earlier meeting this morning, when our day began, we were talking to an engineering firm, Foth Engineering, that's doing the work for John Deere Road, looking at some improvements there. And one of the grant provisions there is for a trail along West John Deere Road. So, and they were just at John Deere, they made a comment that their employees want paved trails to get to Heritage Trail right there at that connector point. So, you know, I think the paving of the trails, the great exciting thing, I think City of Dyersville will be thrilled to support many of the ideas that are here as well. So it's, for me, I can only look at this in terms of breaking it into pieces. So maybe this isn't questions so much as just comments about future direction. I am not in any way opposed to big ideas. I think that's where we have to go. And I think that, you know, we certainly have hit some things here that we need to pay attention to. I think, Ryan, you've done tremendous work in the COVID environment that we have. I'm wondering, in your industry, is anyone pausing any of their big plans to wait to see what the outcome of COVID is? Do you understand what my question is? Like, should anything be kind of like incomplete in terms of full reporting? You know, just your thoughts, both of you, about that.
Brian, do you want to?
I I can only comment from my experiences with COVID, and I know it's been a struggle for most people and businesses, but as far as the use of our areas, we've never seen numbers like we have. This weekend, everything was full. We had a nice little window here in November for the weather, but I see outdoor recreation as the answer, to some of the COVID restrictions and getting people out and improving their mental health. And so many people have thanked us repeatedly for having facilities for them outside that they can go out in and feel safe in, and distance and still get some exercise and some family time. So I think this has been great for us, and that a lot of people from Dubuque that have never been on the Heritage Trail, never been to Swiss Valley, are getting exposure to them. And I think the use is going to continue well on into the future. And a lot of our indoor stuff, it's really kind of paused right now, but we're still able to function outside, and I see a lot of potential for growth.
Yeah, I think Brian said it well, that the park usage is at an all-time high. And we've seen within our industry consistently over the last 8 years, the demand for parks and recreation continue to go up. Parks, recreation, and natural areas. I don't want to forget about that, because I do believe that there is a tightrope to walk between the amount of development and the amount of preservation. That said, you need to have some people don't feel comfortable in natural areas without some type of a facility to get them there. But once you get them there, that comfort builds, and they grow in appreciation. And now you've developed another constituent that supports conservation. And so that's ultimately, the kind of the balance we're trying to walk. I would add, lastly, that on the last ballot, 1 week ago tomorrow, the Trust for Public Lands, which is the nation's leading advocacy group to help grow conservation, recreation, and outdoor usage. And so they work with cities and states around the country, had 26 ballot measures on the ballot in various states around the nation. And all 26 of those passed, which will make $2.9 billion available for conservation funding. And that similarly, in 4 years prior to that, about 80% of the ballot measures passed. So we've actually seen an increase in success in funding and more funding for conservation projects. And so I think as far as it relates to COVID, in our firm, in our experience, Parks and Recreation is one of the few markets that actually has been stable and continues to see a demand for work to be done both professionally and contractually. And so other markets, are shifting a little bit to necessarily kind of rethink, but COVID has really actually brought forth a greater appreciation for our parks and natural areas.
Is there any reason to think that first-time users who are just they're dipping their toe into this, that they're going to become long-term users of our public spaces? Do you have any reason to know that?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Is this a long-term trend? Is this going to dramatically shift the way people use our parks? I personally believe so, but I couldn't give you any definitive data to suggest that, in terms of how the future park system, we can look at demand over time historically, and that's an indicator, but, we know that past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results. And so I would say that we're seeing it go that way. But I'm not sure, I guess, to answer your question.
And I know we see it in, I know you're doing the work for Piasta and their strategic planning, and there's other communities as well that have put greater emphasis on park systems, green spaces. The diagram you showed early on, just looking at a different way to do a large home building subdivision. So I see that as being an increased use, maybe just even by the demographics of the age of who's now, building or buying a home. So I have hope that it goes together with an understanding of the needs to address climate change and things like that. But those are just my opinions. So nice to have your input on that. So I guess I'm looking at really next steps, what you need us to do next. Certainly, Brian, you're here November 9th, and you know, the budget sessions are going to begin. Are you submitting $3.3 million in new spending? You're smiling, so maybe there's going to be a big ask coming right out here for us to start looking at. If so, you know, we'll need to see you. I'd like to have more contact time with you in work sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't foresee a $3.3 million request coming in, but so the next step is this, we'll go to the Conservation Board for their approval. And then we'll start prioritizing, you know, a lot of the projects are prioritized. There's a lot of low hanging fruit in these plans. So things that we can easily accomplish, there's a lot of things that we've already started. And I think will give us a lot of traction in moving forward. So yeah, I anticipate there will be some requests coming up in the upcoming budget work sessions. I don't anticipate $3.3 million, but like I say, I'm pretty conservative in fiscally, and I think that we can leverage a lot of outside money, a lot of grants, a lot of donations to accomplish a lot of this plan. So,
well, let's look for a connection then to some kind of professional staff that can help us do that too. Absolutely.
And I take great pride in writing a lot of our own grants, but you know, there might be the volume coming up here soon that it's not feasible for me to try to write every grant. So
thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ryan Peterson or Brian Preston? Okay, again, great presentation, good work. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the time, and thanks again, Ryan, for all your hard work.
Thank you all. We really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to seeing the successful plan be implemented.
Thanks, Ryan.
Take care.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead now to our work session scheduled for 1 p.m., but now we're just a few minutes behind. Work session with ECIA representatives to discuss the lead-based paint grant. And I'm looking for Mark Schneider, perhaps.
Correct. He is on the call. This is Dawn. I just want to comment on what is in front of you. Mark sent this to me and I forwarded it on in an email earlier this morning. This is a document that is not in your packet. Mark just shared it this morning, but he'll be reviewing it with you.
Okay, will we be able to post the document? It looks like it's coming up here. Okay. All right, Mark, are you on there?
Yes, Mark Schneider and Kim Glazer with ECIA are both on here. The document that you've got there shows the lead-based paint program that ECIA was awarded from HUD last year. And under that grant, as is noted there, the program proposes to address 120 units within Dubuque County. And the match for those 120 units is $196,000, which the county had pledged. We have had a rather slow time getting started with applications coming in. And with that, we've had several that were from properties that are located outside of Dubuque County, with a couple of them in Delaware County. And we've talked with some of the Delaware County officials and asked them if they would be interested if the program were in some way able to be expanded to include Delaware County in the mix, if you will. And the discussion was kind of in general that they would be willing to pick up the match on properties in Delaware County. The discussion was also that they thought 20 units might be an appropriate spot to start. If that was to be one, we need obviously to get your approval for us to ask HUD to consider that. And because we didn't want to ask them prior to having your thoughts on it. And if we were to ask for to split it out with the 100 units in Dubuque County, the match would go from the 196 down to 164, with Delaware County picking up $32,000 for that additional match to get it back to the $196,000. That's kind of an overview of where we're at, where it is financially. There's an option there that if it went to 30 units in Delaware County, which again was not discussed, it was really 20 was what was being discussed at that time. But as you can see below those numbers, we have received 10 applications at this point, 8 of which were in Dubuque County. 2 of those were in Delaware County. And so far we have completed 2 units in the program. And I think we have a couple, 2 in progress, 2, 3.
3 in progress.
3 in progress under construction as well right now. That's where we are in a nutshell.
Okay.
Mark, can you help me refresh me about when do we have to have the grant completed? And then I also have a question about under the terms of the program, there was some discussion about that the city of Dubuque may be able to be looked at to do final grant completion. Can you help me just understand that?
What was it awarded?
We began January of 2020 and we're scheduled to be completed the end of June 2023.
It was a 42-month grant, began January 1, 2020. It did include the city of Dubuque. However, at this moment in time, city of Dubuque has their own lead program, and so they are also short on applicants. And so we have been allowing the city to take care of any city applications, and then anything that they've received on applications outside the city, they've been referring those to us as well. But we can do projects inside the city of Dubuque, but we've been trying to be cooperative with them since they've got their program as well. Let alone, we know there's a need in the county. We're just struggling to get the applications, and we're going to start dedicating more resources to it on our end to try to up those numbers.
Is there any likelihood it would be extended because of the COVID difficulties, or is it too early to know that?
Oh, way too early to know. Yeah, it's a 42-month grant. We got another 2.5 years.
3 full years.
3 full years left yet. So, yeah, it's far too soon to tell. I would tell you though, on another grant that we've got that we're working on down in the Clinton area, they're actually taking everyone on a case-by-case basis at this time. And so, but we're definitely way too soon to know on this one. We continue to keep pushing and trying to generate more applications.
I don't personally have a problem with including Delaware County and taking steps to do that, because, you know, I've been to at the mayor's meetings, you've addressed this a couple times. I've seen that, and there doesn't appear to be, I mean, everyone is just, you know, there really is a limit to how many things you can juggle in crisis mode, which we all are in. So I don't have, you know, I don't think we're going to be taking away from Dubuque County's success by, I think you're suggesting this to us. Maybe it's not a recommendation, maybe it is, but I don't necessarily have a problem. They are good partners with us on many things. And, you know, it's likely those Delaware County properties, heck, they could be on the other side of the Dubuque County line in Dyersville, you know, so.
One is.
One of them is, Ann, you're right on.
So, I mean, you know, you'd have to wonder, and you know, I mean, I suppose it's possible we could be looking at Jones County someday with Cascade sitting on the property line as well. So, you know, you're nodding your head there too. So, you know, we have those unique situations, and I kind of feel like those are still our neighbors and they're still part of our community.
Well, and at this point, if you decide you do agree that you want us to pursue that, we have not discussed it with HUD yet. And so we're not sure. We're expecting they would be receptive to the idea, but we're not certain that that's the case.
Right.
Mark, Dave Baker, have you had discussions with Delaware County about the match? And is this I mean, it seems like it's probably the most convenient way, but is it the cleanest way to do this, or should Delaware County be submitting their own grant? How common is this to, you know, spread out from county to county?
We have talked to Delaware County, and they are receptive to this. And again, the numbers that were being discussed with them was the 20 units. In terms of them, my gut feel, and I'll let Kim chime in, my gut feel is that there's not enough housing units in Delaware County by itself to apply to HUD-free lead grant. So their only way would probably be to partner with another entity, and Dubuque County is the logical one at this point, just because of obvious ECIA connections there.
And there have been other counties, entities that have combined. I know Marshalltown had a grant where they combined 6 counties, so it's not unheard of or unusual.
Okay, just you know, want to make sure that it's easily the finance part of it is easily segregated, so that if taxpayers have questions about you know, that the matching funds are coming from the appropriate county, that we can delineate that to our citizenry and taxpayers. So
absolutely understand, and it would be tracked that way, definitely.
Yeah. All right. And similar to I believe my counterparts, we have worked together with Delaware County on quite a few projects and boards, and have a good relationship with them. So I think as long as the taxpayers are protected, if this opens up some opportunity for another county and doesn't cost the Dubuque County taxpayers anything extra, I kind of see it as no harm, no foul.
Well, and in an ideal world that, you know, 3 years, two years from now to whatever, we would have a list of applicants from both counties giving us documentation, and we'd be reapplying for another grant from HUD. It actually, that's pretty typical that it works that way. And hopefully we would be able to generate a significant list and need to document that and be successful with another round.
Is there any reason then, following that, to say we should be looking for another county? Should we talk to Jones? Do you work with Jones County? I can't remember. Typically, does ECIA work with Jones?
ECIA covers 5 counties, which does not include Jones. However, we've got probably 3 of our entities within ECIA that work with them on different types of programs. So we're certainly familiar with them. You know, at this point, I would say, you know, if we expand, I'd suggest only going Delaware right now. And let's see if so like I said, we're going to put more resources into this very soon, in a matter of weeks, in terms of marketing. And we're hopeful that we can generate some additional applications and interest out there. It definitely helps to have a couple of houses complete that we can point at, if you will. So you can see, as a resident of the county, you can see what can be done on the property. Those first few are the most challenged because people don't know or don't, if they can't see what can be done, it's a challenge to, imagine here's what it could be.
Well, I support I support including Delaware County. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but that would be my position at this time. I'm comfortable if you would take that step to include the number of option A, if that's what we can settle on.
I would concur, and I think with that, I think we can move forward, and we'll expect some additional clarification and documentation after you've had discussion with HUD.
Has Supervisor Wickham dropped off? Did we lose him?
Yeah, he has dropped off. Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
I didn't know that.
okay. With that, we will have some conversations and discussions with HUD, and we will get back to you with what their decision is.
Thank you for being
Okay.
out on this and being ahead of it before it. When you
You're
first see
welcome.
that opportunity, I appreciate that you're here asking us about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. We're just about right on time for our next work session. 1:30 p.m. And unless you need if we need a recess, I'm okay right now for this one.
Well, I'd like to, I'm always concerned about all of our staff too. So, and nobody's had lunch. We're back on schedule. Could we maybe take a 15-minute recess and have people have a minute to grab something if they haven't?
Sure. Yep. You want to make that motion? I'll support it.
So moved.
A second for a 15-minute recess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 2-0. We are in recess for 15 minutes. Destroy him. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me? Ann, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. All right. Okay, this is our work session to discuss Sunnycrest additional duties pay. And I think we'll go to our Human Resources Director, Dawn Sherman, to lead us on this. So Dawn, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Baker. I did include a memo in the packet, and I just wanted to walk through that. We also have our co-directors of nursing on here, Tammy and Beth, so they can participate in this. So we had discussions regarding some of the staffing challenges at Sunnycrest, particularly on the evening. There has just, with the COVID testing, I think Tammy had stated earlier this morning that she had 13 employees out last week. So that has presented a definite challenge for staffing these shifts. Also, we just have regular medical absences, surgeries, that type of thing. So we have employees out for that. And then also trying to make sure that we're allowing employees to utilize some paid time off, some vacation, to be able to recharge. So we want to respect that they need some time away from work too. So when we looked at options, one of the solutions was earlier this year, the state had redefined some of their certification requirements for CNA. And what they ended up doing was creating a basic care aide position in which the candidate would go through a 7-hour online training and then do some job shadowing and clinical with an RN after that. So it allowed facilities like Sunnycrest to create these positions and fill that quickly, because there's not that long weeks and months of training for that. So we have that in place up at Sunnycrest. And what has happened is some of our exempt level employees have elected to go through that training and have completed that training to be able to help in other areas of Sunnycrest and not just within their normal job roles there. So right now, those employees are volunteering to pick up shifts. So they are either doing those at no additional compensation because they are exempt level workers, or they may be, if they're pulling up a 4-hour shift on the weekend, they may be adjusting their work schedule during the week. So that's not a sustainable process, because their regular 40-hour week jobs are very important. We need to continue to carry on that mission. So what Tammy, Beth, and I discussed was to take a look at temporarily providing some incentive pay for them to pick up those additional shifts, again, on top of what their 40+ hour a week job is. So that is what we are requesting here today. Is we've identified 7 exempt level employees who would be able to, and who currently are, some of them picking up these shifts. We want to recognize that additional work that they're doing and requesting that just for those hours worked on those additional shifts, that we would compensate them overtime for just those hours. We're proposing this to take a look, reevaluate this till the end of the calendar year, so through December 31st. We want to see kind of where the vaccine is going to be. We hope we're going to get some more CNAs certified in the meantime, so it will help our candidate pool to be able to continue to hire in on those positions. So just a rough cost estimate for this. We anticipate them to each take anywhere between 4 to 8 hours additional a week. And so if we do that for the next 8 weeks at their overtime rate, it would be approximately a $20,000 program that we're asking you to implement. This would be able to be covered under their regular salary budget because they do have they have many vacancies. And so they're realizing salary savings with those vacancies. So we're requesting this temporary pay practice for those individuals that are stepping up and volunteering to take on and helping fill these staffing gaps. Did I miss anything, Tammy?
I don't think so. I think you did perfect. You explained it very well.
And so this is Supervisor Baker, Dawn. So this would be in lieu of hiring contracted CNAs personnel, CNAs or LPNs or RNs. And do we know what the cost of that would be as compared to this proposed change?
Yep. Tammy did secure some quotes on that. I believe it was about $45 an hour to hire a temporary CNA. We did discuss having that as an option. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we kind of agreed that it would be best for the residents to be able to see those familiar faces versus having, new CNAs coming into the environment on a daily and weekly basis. So it was about $45 was an hour for a CNA.
So I'm going to give a brief explanation real quick. So we have looked into prime time, and then I'm going to have Beth speak to this. Prior to having this meeting and not knowing whether or not this was going to go through, and looking at all of our absences and everything, we do have time limitations on whether or not we can secure contract staff. So having gone through all these absences and not exactly knowing whether or not that this would be a decision that would be finalized, we did have to make an immediate decision, or we lose the potential support for contract staff. So I'm going to let Beth speak to that in terms of a decision that had recently be made, and maybe a little bit more to the cost of that.
So yeah, I've been working with prime time staffing, and we did secure, or we're in the midst of potentially securing a couple of CNA staffs, and it is at the $45 per hour. That's cost to prime time. That's what we would be paying them. It's not finalized yet, but we are in the midst of securing 2 CNAs that would be covering the 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. shift, because that's where most of our staffing challenges are, is that second shift. And then they are also willing to work every single weekend, which is where our most definitive area where we need staffing at that time.
So that it's not an avenue that we wanted to take, but it was one that they presented to us and we had to. So we didn't take it at the high level. We have not looked into nurses or anything like that. We do have those 3 coming on board, and I think that is for an 8-week minimum. Is that correct, Beth?
Yeah, but they were supposed to start Monday and they weren't able to secure that. So we might be able to change the contract with that as well.
But yes, but to back to your point, Dawn, the thought being is that is our first line of preference, is that the staff that are already here, our management staff who is willing to work, such as myself, both of our social workers, both of our QIDPs, both of our scheduler, activity directors and things like that, having the residents see us and us providing those cares, to me is far better than having a contract staff come in. But when you're looking at a potential emergency situation and not knowing the outcome potentially of this meeting, we did have to make that decision.
I do want to just state too that with regards to both hiring contract CNAs and then offering these shifts to the non-union employees, those shifts are first offered out to the union staff members. So we're not taking any opportunity for overtime away from the union employees. They are offered those first. And then if there was anything else open, that's where we'd fill in the gaps with these resources.
Then I had a follow-up question. If we were making a list of pros and cons, the pros for me would be that we have the staff that the residents are used to and consider family, are the ones taking care of them and not having a parade of contract staff in and out of the facility. That's a big plus. The familiarization with the residents, and that's big to me. The cost, I asked about the cost only so that for transparency, folks could see that that's basically a wash. So the opportunity is there for to keep our employees, county employees, taking care of the Dubuque County citizens who reside at Sunnycrest. The question that comes up to me is, if we get into a mandate situation, by doing this, are they going to be included if a mandate comes up? To me, if you take this on, you're committing to doing the work, and they may be doing that already, but was that discussed, I guess? We know that we have staff levels that have to be maintained, ratios, and has this been discussed at all?
So we have not put them into, say, our mandation, our round robin. But basically the way it has worked thus far is we hang up the hours. We mandate those who are eligible by the round robin, and sometimes more than once a week. That was allotted by the contract to allow that to happen more frequently with staff. But when we're having a lot of staff, out or different things like that, then after we've offered it to our employees, our union employees, that's when we start sending out the emails like, who's available this weekend, who can help. And there have been weekends where almost every single manager has been working the weekend. Of those 7, at some point or another, there have been weekends that we have all been in there working in one way or another. So it's kind of one of those where, if not us, who? And so we're there.
Okay.
I have several questions, if I might. Yeah. So to kind of reframe, has Sunnycrest been able to hire basic care aides?
Yes, we actually have 3 hired right now, and we have 2 more applications in our mailbox. So we will have all 5 allotted for that were approved positions hired.
What does allotted for mean?
I believe that we were told we could hire 5.
Yep, that you approved a requisition.
Who said we could only hire 5?
No, when Chris was here, she forwarded a requisition to the board, and during one of your board meetings, in that requisition, she was asking just to hire 5 positions.
Okay. Do we need more than 5 positions? I'm hearing you say yes.
We could afford to hire more than 5 positions. The only thing is that once the governor's emergency mandate ends, which I don't anticipate that to happen real soon, those jobs would end. So hopefully we would slot them into another, offer them a dietary job or a housekeeping job or anything else. But yes, we could absolutely utilize potentially more basic care aides.
How many do you need, including the 5 you're getting? How many do you need total?
I don't know if I have a number for that because they are limited in what they can do. I mean, they cannot do the lifts, the mechanical lifts. They cannot do whirlpools, and they cannot do showers. But they can help us feed. They can help us get to bed. They can transfer and things like that. We have a deficit of about 20 CNAs right now. So
it sounds to me like, the requisition is just paperwork, right? That's easy. I don't know, can we do it right now? If so, I'd make a motion. But, let's go through that process quickly to get to you the numbers of, I think it's exciting you're going to have 5. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest number of hiring Sunnycrest has done in, 10 years? That's awesome. And maybe they'll want to become CNAs.
Right next to program instructors. Program instructors, we're decently hiring on them because they're also not required to be certified right as they come in the door. So there is,
So let's get that lifted and let's figure out how many we actually need. And let's do that as quickly as we can, because that seems to me to be and what you're proposing seems exhausting to me in terms of the employee's position. As much as they care for their Sunnycrest family, they are entitled to time off too. And if we can get more basic care aides, and it's a great way to grow an employee. So I'd say let's raise that limit to whatever it needs to be to grow that. That's phenomenal. And then they won't be strangers, and then there'll be people that are familiar. But I also don't quite understand the cost of the contract CNA is $45 an hour. I understand that, but I don't understand is how that compares $45 an hour to $20,000 through December 31st. I mean, there must be some number of hours we anticipate we're going to need to fill. And so what is that number times $45 an hour? You know, and then any fringe we have to pay. So what does that get us to? I don't know that it's exactly even. I obviously want to do what's best and kind of verbally told Dawn I'm certainly on board with this idea, but we do need to look at cost because that's what we do. And you know, it's the taxpayers' dollars. And so is it comparable, or what do we know?
So,
and then the other question would be, if I might, just so, you know, it sounds like they might be available, but not really be available. So sure, we can hire contract employees who then aren't available on Monday, and maybe they're going to come next week. So, I mean, is that really an answer? Have you found that they're really going to show up if we need them?
That's not our first line of what we want to do. So it's definitely not something that we have jumped up and down. In fact, I think I would say that I've held off and drug my feet quite a long time on it with regard to that. But when we were looking at our current situation, so no, I can't guarantee, obviously they weren't here on Monday, you know, like they were supposed to be. I'm not saying it's the best option. We just kind of had to have our options in a row, come push, come emergency, if we needed, you know, residents taken care of, because the managers, you know, have voiced frustration. And I think that had I worked in the COVID unit, you know, donating my, and I don't want to put it that way, but donating my time, you know, working 160 hours for an 80-hour salary, I think I would have been really frustrated. I mean, I guess I would have done it because I needed the residents taken care of. But I think that, you know, they want to help and fill in the voids. There are certainly other options, but we need like the immediate, like right now we have to, you know, we have to do something to make sure that our residents are taken care of. And so with regard to the monies, I'm not privy to everybody's wages. I'm thinking maybe that on an average, maybe some of those staff might make about $29 an hour. So if you're looking at like time and a half, they would come out at $43 an hour for working those hours versus that contract staff at $45 an hour.
But they're not going to get time and a half for that, are they, Dawn?
I don't know.
What was that again?
When they voluntarily accept a change and they're now working as a basic care aide, are they getting time and a half?
Yeah, we are proposing that they get time and a half at their normal wage.
Right.
Administratively, it's the easiest process. And we discussed doing it more at like the $25 an hour. We were a little bit hesitant of that because we don't know if we would still get the same participation.
Right. And that's fine. But I see this as we have the ability to hire basic care aides. Let's make that happen. That should be our first line of defense. That doesn't fix your emergency situation today, tomorrow, and in the upcoming immediate future. I don't think that's a solution. I don't think it's fair to have, you know, exempt folks continue to work and give freely ongoing. This could be years. And so I think we do need to we owe it to our employees to be fair. So, and I also think, thirdly, I don't think these contract CNAs, we can talk about that all the time, but if they're actually not showing up, then they're really not an option. You don't get to decide whether or not you get full employees to take care of what you have to do at Sunnycrest. So I'm in favor of this provision that we will do this with exempt personnel, which you're putting forth here. It looks to me like it's more of a push financially, but you get all of the benefit, you get all the up, right? You get all the good stuff that they know our people, they're our family. So you get all the benefits that are priceless. So I think that's good. But I do think we need to proceed with hiring as many basic care aides as we can at this time to fill the needs that you have, Tammy.
And we are happy to do that.
Yeah, let's get a high requisition number so that we're not having this happen again where we're hitting a ceiling that we've just artificially imposed upon ourselves.
Do that.
That sounds great.
So what do you need from us today, Dawn?
Just a consensus if we can go ahead and implement this pay practice as requested through December 31st, and then we would reevaluate it and see where we're at that time.
And then what will happen with hiring the basic care aides? Do you have to come back to us with a requisition, and will we see that then on Monday?
I'll have a requisition for Monday, yes.
Okay. Or, I mean, if we would meet this week in another, short turnaround session, maybe that could be posted as well to be added.
Yep.
I think that's kind of time critical. If Tammy, that's all you're really waiting for is a piece of paper from us, we should be able to make that happen pretty quick.
That's awesome. That's
Good.
wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Okay, sounds like we have consensus on this matter, and there will be Dawn, will there be some kind of a resolution brought back for us for action?
No, I just need a motion at this point in time. It's just a temporary pay practice that we're doing. And so if we have consensus, we'll go ahead and implement it. And I did put it in there effective today if it was approved. So we'll start that today and do that for the next 8 weeks.
So I would make a motion then to approve the temporary pay practice through the end of this calendar year, as proposed by our human resources administrator.
I will second it, and then under discussion, I'm looking at the agenda, and it says work session to discuss Sunnycrest additional duties pay. I'm going to ask for some guidance on whether we can take action. That's why I asked if there was going to be some follow-up approval. If it's okay to proceed, I'm fine with that.
I'm going to withdraw my motion. It's not on as an action item. So you have consensus, but I don't think you have the ability, to do this. If
that was my point. I think we have consensus, and I don't think there's any issues with it, other than I don't know if we can take action on this under a discussion on the agenda. So
I can add an agenda item, and then I would be proposing in that agenda item to retro the effective date back to today to help Tammy and Beth be able to prepare for this week staffing, doing their scheduling.
I would be okay with that. We definitely have consensus on this, and the only reason I didn't call for the vote was because of the wording on the agenda. So I think let's get that on the next meeting that we can get it on, and I think we'll have it, and retroing the date is not a problem for me.
Nor with me, but because we're going to take further action, Dawn, let's get the requisition on that at the same time.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay, our next work session, we're just a few minutes behind, is work session with facilities superintendent on the courthouse elevator project update. So we would go to Chris Soder for his background on this.
Good afternoon, Chair Baker and everyone else. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can hear you just fine, Chris.
All right, sounds good. The elevator project, we've signed off on it. They're going to be starting to work late January. the proposed end time is going to be sometime in April. We don't have any firm dates because we're still dealing with some serious delays in getting some of the materials for the project. COVID is having a major effect on this thing. So starting as early as we can with getting everything ordered. They'll do everything they can in the meantime. We're just behind the 8 ball with getting parts in.
Right. It's wonderful that we don't really have an emergency with our elevator, right?
Well, if we had an emergency, there'd still be some serious delays in getting stuff. I mean, we'd be band-aided, chewing gum, baling wire, and duct tape, trying to hold it together until we could get everything done. So,
Well, I appreciate the update, Chris, because that really makes a difference. We're doing all we can to move the project forward. We've got our contractor. We're in place. Sounds like you're ready to go.
Yep.
Nothing you can do about supply chain problems, really.
Yeah, we're gonna, as stuff becomes available, we'll start hammering away at it. But in the short term, everybody will know as soon as I know.
Thank you. I appreciate the update very much.
Not a problem. Glad to be of help.
Supervisor
Thank you,
McDonough,
Chris.
this is Dawn, if I may. I just wanted to let you know also that prior to this coming in front of the board, when we went out for RFP, Chris did notify the departments in the courthouse with tentative dates so they could start forming their plans. There will be a Thursday afternoon to a Monday afternoon in which there will be no elevator service. So we have been keeping them updated on when tentatively that would be so they can update their plans as well.
My memory is, Chris, this was going to be done over Easter weekend.
That was the original plan, and it was this past Easter.
Yeah.
So
and maybe it'll be Easter weekend again.
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, we're basically going to be a year behind what the original plan was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions for Chris?
No.
Thank you, Chris, for your update.
You're welcome.
Well, now we are caught up. We have a work session to discuss boards and commissions, vacancies, and appointments. I know Ed Raber and Don Sherman have been working on this. I do have an item that I want to bring up, so I'll just go ahead and start off here. The Northeast Iowa Workforce Area is a new entity, 20 counties. It's the merger of regions 1, 2, and 7. And it's to do with the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act, the administration of that and those funds, and ensuring that the citizens of Dubuque County and now the 19 other counties are getting the services that they need when they're laid off through no fault of their own, including plant closings, that type of thing. One of the more recent issues would have been Flex Steel Industries, for example, making sure those folks get training under Title I, which includes the Dislocated Worker Program. And so I have been was elected the CLEO of that, and will be serving in that capacity till December 31st. But I wanted to have a chance to talk to Ann and Jay, because we can't talk outside of public meetings, and encourage one of them to take a hard look at this. We've established Dubuque County as a leader in this area, and we actually had I was selected the CLEO, which is Chief Lead Elected Official, by the peers, and then there were 2 co-CLEOs, and 2 of the 3 of us will not be returning after December 31st. So there will be, there are some folks who sound like they're you know, need to know that they need to step up, but I certainly want to let Ann and Jay know that, you know, there's I think a leadership opportunity there is my point. So, again, if I could have done this over a beer in a bar, I would have, but we can't do that. So.
Well, and I don't think Supervisor Wickham's rejoined us, has he? I don't see him. So, you know, we might push this very conversation forward, Dave, so that, you know, you've done a tremendous amount of work on that. And I, you know, I am not up to speed. The documents are thick and the process isn't simple as you try to understand who's doing what for where. It's many more regions than I've ever worked with. So, and I don't know if there's going to be travel and all those things. So I think it might be something that we need to add to the commissions and appointments, which is usually done the very first part of January, right? So it's going to be a heavy duty that whether there's a leadership position taken or just a, you know, someone learning behind, and we will miss your expertise and your leadership on that. But isn't that the kind of thing it should be at that level? Well, one of us is going to have to, one of us will have to serve because it's 2080 agreement and somebody needs to be there.
Yeah, and the snow, only wanted to share this because of, you know, the level of involvement that Dubuque County has had. So
Is it required that it be the chair?
What's that?
It's not required that it be the chair, is it?
It's not, it would not be required. I think, you know, and we're still meeting. So we have a meeting Thursday morning. We've had a weekly meeting from 8 to 10 a.m. And we are doing them via Zoom. And I would say for the next 6 months, it'll be Zoom meetings. And I think that it'll be transitioning from weekly regular meetings and then 2 or 3 subcommittee meetings because of the, you know, me having the position of Cleo to, I think it'll transition into monthly meetings for the workforce area CEO board, which is the county supervisors. And we've set up a very strong local workforce development board. We kind of refer to it as our all-star team. And we have several Dubuque County folks on that committee. And so it, again, I think we can bring it up when Supervisor Wickham is available. But I think, you know, you guys can determine the level at which you want to participate in that. I think the opportunity is there, which would benefit the citizens of Dubuque County. That's why I'm bringing it forward now, rather than just have it show up as another committee appointment when you have your business meeting, first business day of the year. So.
Well, let's get this back on the calendar then, I would say, so that Supervisor Wickham understands the significance as well. And then it would also be helpful to me if you could share with us your all-star team, who those folks are locally, who are other stakeholders that have already been asked to provide. You know, you've identified them, that they're going to be aware of what's needed too. That will be, if to help in that transition, it would be good to know who those people are. And hopefully they've been paying attention as well. And you know, the information you've been sharing with them.
Okay. I will, I'll share the information if anybody is able to. We do have a meeting at 8 a.m. Thursday, and I'll forward that information. And we do have a website, but as you know, I'm not the webmaster, so we do have, we've hired an executive director. Her name is Heather Garcia, She runs a business, and she actually is doing this for 2 other of the workforce areas, and she is seems to be very good at burning the candle at both ends. But she also has staff within her organization. So I actually think that Thursday she's not going to be on the meeting, but one of her staff members will be there. But I think like I said, we're leaving it in good hands. I think there's some opportunities there, and like with any other organization, there are some of the counties who have maybe not made this their top priority, but others have. And I will say this: we've talked about Delaware County in the past. Jeff Madlam from Delaware County is been very active and reliable on this board, and you know, whoever takes the assignment will get to know some of these folks. So a lot of good people, and you know, it's an important position. So okay, I'm sure, Ann, you have some reports as well under boards and commissions.
I do. I think we're going to talk about do we want to talk about any, I mean, we have a work session here. Is that what we're doing now?
No, well, okay, this was vacancies and appointments. Maybe I missed that. Ed or Dawn, did I jump the gun a little bit, perhaps?
I think you're just fine, Dave. Don't worry. This is Ed Raber. There in the chat box for anyone, I'm also not the webmaster, but I did find the URL for the entity that Supervisor Baker was talking about, the Northeast Iowa Local Workforce Development Board. And so in the chat box is that it's a website, part of the Iowa Workforce Development. So
I would ask that you just send that on to me. That would be helpful.
it's in the chat box, and I can send that on to you as well. Right.
It could be in the chat box for 3 weeks, but if you could send it to me, that would be the most helpful thing. Thank you.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay, thank you, Ed.
Yep. The issue that Dawn and I, this is not a decision making agenda item. We're just trying to keep you informed as we kind of take some steps here in the next few weeks. But we wanted to let you know what those steps were. Dawn and I have had several conversations this fall and last week. Most importantly, I think, talking through some new ways to codify sort of what we're doing with our boards and commissions, making sure that you guys knew and understand, and developing that into a new administrative policy. And Dawn and I have started to work on that. As you know, you have 2 times a year that there are a lot of board and commission vacancies. You have boards that whose terms end at the end of the calendar year and that end at the fiscal year in end of June. So one of those time periods is coming up very soon. My perception from listening to the Board of Supervisors, I think Dawn and I have heard that you want to make sure that the public is aware of these upcoming opportunities to serve the public. And a number of people have terms that are expiring, just like they always do. They're usually 3-year terms for a lot of the things that serve the county. So to the best of our ability, we have Dawn's staff has already sent a letter to those individuals letting them know that their term is expiring at the end of this year. And if they want to continue that service, they have to fill out the form that we have on our website to apply to serve, just like anybody else. So we're hoping that that will be a reminder for people. We also wanted to let you know that we're anticipating sort of after this meeting today that we'd like to take the opportunity to later this week do some take an opportunity to start, maybe put out a press release and some information to let the public know these are the areas that there are opportunities to serve, and hopefully we can get some applications through the rest of this calendar year so we can prepare the Board of Supervisors for the appointments that they're going to make.
I can't do this by myself. This is, you know, I think to Chair Baker's credit, he has brought a lot of people into some of these committees. He might have single-handedly made the advisory board for Sunnycrest. You know, and slowly those folks have transitioned off. Life intervenes. That's okay. But I mean, I don't think it's necessarily helpful to do this without all the supervisors present. That's my opinion. I have not seen the letter that you have sent out to all the expiring term members. And, you know, we talked about that at, I don't know if it was late last week or over the weekend, but, you know, I think that's, I know that we do that, but it's not anywhere here in this discussion. I didn't see it in a description, and I think that's precipitous to send that out. It lets them think that their terms are renewable. They're all terms that have expired, and we have different criteria that we need to agree upon as supervisors about becoming less City of Dubuque centric and more county facing. You know, because that is, you know, so there's lots of things to walk through with this. Who gets paid a stipend, who gets paid mileage? Some committees do, some commissions do. You know, that might really help if we're asking folks from Bernard to drive to Sunnycrest once a month for an advisory board meeting. We're going to want to publish that there's mileage paid, but that there's some kind of commitment to attendance. So, you know, there's, but I don't think this is something that, you know, I appreciate very much Dave's input, but I think we need to have this conversation when Supervisor Wickham's present. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to have all three supervisors here for this. So we could, I would suggest we put this on another meeting next Monday, perhaps. We'll have our COVID meeting, and we usually tack on a work session or two after that. So
and then,
I think that would be appropriate.
And I'd ask that you send out the letter, please, that you've mailed. That would be an important piece. I've never actually seen that communication. And then, you know, as part of the process, when you send out that letter or some such letter, it should trigger a notice, I think, to supervisors that, hey, these folks are up. And well, anyway, I'm talking about policy again, and we're going to wait on that. So
the purpose of this, those are all really excellent issues that the county needs to wade through. And that will take some time, commitment of time from the Board of Supervisors as well as administratively. So we're prepared to do that. I just wanted to let you know that we were thinking now about how we would be trying to engage with the public to let them know that there are these opportunities to serve. There is a process that has been in place. We're just as you point out, Supervisor McDonough, we think that it's seems to be an appropriate time to be looking at that, seeing if there are additional things we need to be adding, including even on the application form. So to help you make the decisions that you want to make.
And some of these, honestly, you know, I know that I've certainly, I don't know that it's been a long conversation, but I've certainly seen it at minimum. Auditor Dolan comment in chat about this is the supervisor's responsibility. Well, you know, some of this is, it needs to have the lift of the department heads and the other elected officials too. I don't know that it's my responsibility to find somebody to serve on the treasurer's board. You know, it's good to have all of this calendared, but some of this is responsibility of the department in which it resides or works directly with, to be aware of openings and vacancies. So, you know, there's some other folks we probably want to have in maybe a more robust work session about, you know, acknowledging that I think this is going to take us some time to work out of. We didn't get into a situation like this overnight. So it's going to take some time to find a new way forward and you know, add it to the list.
And this is merely the first step on that, or one of the first steps on that probably rather lengthy and involved process. So thank you. We'll have this on next Monday.
I appreciate your work. Please don't understand.
No, I got it. That's fine.
You know, I've asked about this, and I'm sure Chair Baker has as well. We've known this is looming, and that we know we need to, you know, get hold of this. So I appreciate that. That takes a lot of time just even to figure out the dates, right? To go back and actually figure out who's supposed to be when, where, and when that term might expire. So you've done. I recognize this is a lot of work to get to this point. So I appreciate that very much.
Okay, thank you. I have a question then, and we kind of can segue into our next one, but next work session. But would it make sense to defer this until we have a full board as well? It's the UCC priorities.
I think probably we did get, I know Ed sent out a memo to us all about kind of summarizing, but there's several priority setting seats that I've been on, ISAC, the governing board, East Central Governing Board, and then UCC. And all I am is trying to be the conduit for ideas. And, you know, the future boards will need to, you know, COVID has interrupted just a lot of things, because we've talked before, and I know you wanted to do this too, Chair Baker, that we would get ahead of priorities, right? And now all the elections have gone by, and so we probably haven't been as awesome as we might be otherwise.
I think I would like to defer this to next week, and I think one of my pet peeves, as you suggested, was that you know, you really can't wait until after the first of the year to start on your priorities, because they're into the session the second week of January, and if you haven't gotten it to them prior to that, you miss the vote. So we're going to have to keep working on this right up until the end of the year, and then there can always be adjustments made with the new board.
So to that end, let's pull out maybe we'll get a summary of the UCC priorities, Ed, before we meet again. Maybe we won't. And then also ask May Hinchin for a copy of the final priorities from the East Central Governing Board, so the full board can see the overlap of some of those. And I think we'll see that some of the things rise kind of to the top. So that's good. I would say to everybody listening, the urban county committees did say that the silver lining perhaps to the election, depending upon how you view state results, is that there's going to be enough Republicans that some things might be accomplished that otherwise wouldn't be, because there'll be different consensuses forming in different voting groups. So I thought that was you know, just interesting when you reach a certain level of folks in your party, you can make things happen that maybe you couldn't when it was so divided. Just interesting perspective.
I think to add on to the point that Supervisor McDonough makes there, the other issue that our Urban County Coalition lobbying staff said was that it's also likely to be another
shortened,
odd or short session, kind of hybrid in nature. So the guidance and the consensus among the members present was that maybe not having as long a full press, but really keying in on a couple things, which for the group was the same as last year, which was mental health funding, as well as, Ann, help me out with the other one.
The backfill, the commercial.
The backfill, yes, thank you so much, yeah. So that's really what they wanted to focus on. There's a long list of other things in other committees at the state legislature that would be touched, but that's really where they wanted to focus because of the nature of the anticipated session. I would also remind the supervisors that on Thursday, the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Transportation Study, DMATS, that ECIA staffs, is having their annual meeting, and the RPA I think that there are probably people from the county that sit both on the DMATS board as well as the Regional Planning Affiliation Board. And they're having their meeting then, and they were looking for some priorities. They had identified several that some staff at ECI
That's
had
December.
sent out. And those included, and keep in mind, just as Mark Schneider reminded you earlier in this meeting, they cover 5 counties, a little bit different set of counties, I think, but updating on US 30, which may not be the highest priority here, but getting an update on the impact that COVID has on fuel tax, future funding for the fuel tax, and any sort of new research and alternative transportation funding. So those are issues, those are not necessarily priorities, but those were issues that they were asking that the Iowa DOT staff that are in attendance at that annual meeting be prepared to address. So perhaps some legislative passion
Is December 10th. This Thursday, there's a meeting about, I have it on a calendar that the chamber is going to be talking about the airport. I think December 10th is the annual meeting. It's set for 2 hours at DMATS.
You know, that is correct. I'm sorry. Yes, this Thursday is actually the chamber airport meeting. Yes.
Right, and that's what I don't have a good handle on how to get to that, where, you know, the login, I think you and I might have been struggling with registering for that. Wasn't that the one where the chamber didn't have the right account to get registered for?
It was a fascinating process that I have not used before, so I'm not sure that I have that either yet, but I have a phone call in. Molly Grover at the chamber and I are supposed to talk about another issue, so I'll see if I can iron that out with her. I'll have to look back in my email to see if it came through some other different thing besides a meeting invitation, which is the most convenient.
Okay. So I think summarizing this, we would like to revisit this, the discussion on boards and commissions, vacancies and appointments, and come back to the boards and commissions update so that we can include Supervisor Wickham in the priorities discussion.
I believe that's true.
Okay. All right. Any other issues? Let me make sure we close this out properly. Yeah, I think we're all the way through. I don't see anything else scheduled. So we do have a meeting tomorrow, election canvas. So I think the appropriate motion would be to recess until tomorrow.
I had asked earlier in the meeting when Supervisor Wickham was here as well, if we could have another subsequent meeting, perhaps on Thursday, to address anything that comes from the Board of Health tonight. If we are going to take action on a mask mandate this week before Friday, it can go to press and will be in the papers next Wednesday in Dyersville Commercial and the Cascade Pioneer. So I just wanted to renew that request that we could serve some time. I don't know how we'll get Supervisor Wickham's calendar at this point, but I'd ask for your thoughts on that.
I'm okay doing that. I'd like to have Supervisor Wickham's input. So I think the chair can schedule a meeting, but I wouldn't do that without the input from my counterparts. So I think maybe at the start of tomorrow's meeting, because I think we're going to have at least a couple hours invested in the election canvas. So I think doing it maybe right at the beginning would be okay. And the only question I have is scheduling a meeting need to be on the agenda. Mary is telling me she thinks it does. So that tells me that maybe we need to do it at the end of the meeting tomorrow. Because we'll be here,
That's Tuesday.
we'd have to get some kind of notification out or an amended agenda. I don't know if that's possible even.
I would agree with you. I don't know that it is. That's too many things to line up
Yeah, and we'd probably have about 45 minutes to do that.
So it will be Monday, and that's what it will be.
Okay.
So my motion is to recess until, I think 10 o'clock tomorrow morning,
1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
1:30 tomorrow.
Okay, motion to recess until 1:30 tomorrow. I second that. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it's carried 2-0. Thank you all and have a great day and be well.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes.